Alright, chat. Why is my mic so loud now? Alright, there we go. That's decent. I don't know what all that noise coming from. The fan? That's not that loud. Sure, go on. Either way, I think I might actually have stuff on. I can't even remember. I haven't been on this Wii in a while. Okay, yeah. Da, 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 da. Say your day. Say your day. Oh, whoa, 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 chat. We are not missing that. We are not ignoring that. What was that? Alright. 196 followers! Someone has followed. Now, I know no one is watching this, but why don't we do? Why is the game so loud? Why don't we do our first installation of license stats? Now, we are going to Chalice has fun with fractions. What can I have? Stupidly simple stats. Welcome to the first installation of stupidly simple stats. I'm Silent9KVR, your host, and today at the 213 hour, 31 minute and 63 millisecond mark, we're going to have a look at our records. Here we go. So, in my time, I've travelled my distance 41,203 times. My total race count is 5,170. I've not played any battles. My wheel usage rate is 0. However, that may change if I hit the sub goal. The total tricks performed is 52,398. We make sense. My favourite character is Funky Kong the Bowser's Bite. My favourite course is SNES Mario Circuit 3. Nintendo WC Friends record: wins 401, losses 560. Now, VS rating. Oh, nice. 8,145 now, but the VS race record: wins 2,001 and losses 1,867. Now, how many times have I achieved first place? 3,833 times. What's my average race time in first place? 74%. Item hits delivered 8,157 times, because I'm so good at sniping the CPUs. Item hits delivered 4,483. Received 4,483, whatever. Ghost race record: wins 21, losses 4. Competition entered 1 times. And that's it. That's it for our stupidly simple statistics. I've been Sonic, and I'll see you in a bit. Okay, right, chat. We are wasting no time. We are going straight in. We're also going to turn our Wii down. Right, we're going straight in with this. Straight on Funky Flake. Look at that Godspeed. And here we go. We're going to click manual. And now, what was the last track we played? It must have been Land of the Apes. So we start off with Lava Road. Thank you for the best wishes of welcome back. I've just had a look through my license stats on my Nintendo Wii, and I've decided that it's going to be a recurring thing called Stupidly Simple Statistics. Be there or be square, I guess. But the most important part is, on this license I've done about 4,483 races. That's the most exciting part. So, yeah, I guess. If you're wondering why I'm green now, I'm also watching Jay running green stars Right, that's why you're green. I was about to say, because I wasn't actually about to say, I thought it would have been a Twitch thing. But yeah, you were purple before, but you want to, that's very generous of you to add that little bit of attention to detail to Jay. How lovely, how kind. Green Stars is a 3D world, right? Okay, chat, I may have been a bit longer than I thought. I was like 2 hours. Green Stars and Galaxy 2, right? Yeah. Right. So, a funny thing is, I do not play many. The only open world game I really played, only real open world game I played was Odyssey. So I'm not too well versed in that. Sorry to all you enthusiasts who are probably upset about that, but I don't really care. There are also greens in Odyssey. That is completely correct. However, I don't suppose he is speedrunning the Sand Kingdom, is he? Does anyone? True. Does anyone? Technically, when Harry goes for it, he does go for gold. He does go for gold. So theoretically, he is speedrunning it. It's part of his speedrun, but it's not his main focus point in the speedrun. So yeah, it's very iffy with that. Never know. There might be someone out there. I didn't get all the summons in one go. Yeah, true. The thing is, right, when you say does anyone, someone's probably doing it because someone in another stream in the past time that CTGPs existed has probably said, why don't we speedrun every version? Who speedruns every version of CTGP? And you would, or like, you know, I thought he'd be speedrunning every version of CTGP. Does anyone? Look, it's happening. So theoretically, it doesn't mean that that no one's doing it. No one's not doing it. You never know. There could be a chance that someone right now is speedrunning Sand Moon. Is speedrunning every moon in Sand Kingdom, including night. So yeah. It's got to be a category extension. Wow, you got cubed. Your streak is cubed. That's great. I'm glad that you've seen cubed streams. Technically, we could count nothing as 0 because 0 doesn't have a value, meaning that you only have a watch time of 1 because 0 cubed is 1. This is not some fancy, new funny combination for symbols on my keyboard. Nice. Where's that little eye thing? No, okay. Most of those are pretty normal, but I appreciate 1 2 3 1. Oh no, 1 2 3. That's very interesting. The fact that they exist. Spanish exclamation, right? I can't believe you actually have divide. That's shocking. That's actually shocking that you have divide. I just realised my monitor's on 60 Hz. Okay, right. It didn't take me too long to realise, okay? Before anyone makes fun of me, it didn't take that long, okay? Okay, chat? It didn't take that long to find it out. Man, I'm gonna break my monitor. I swerve! Spanish question mark? Can't believe EA has made someone break their monitor. It's gotta be real because he swears he will. Oh, he swerves that he will. I swerve! Do I love this circuit? Guys, can we spam some 9k loves in the chat for love circuit? I hope that becomes a running thing where whenever we get love circuit, people spam Sonic 9k love in the chat. Can we get some Sonic 9k loves? Thanks, Mal, for the Sonic 9k love on love circuit. Love. I feel so loved, and this track feels so loved, even though this track shouldn't be so loved. We all love love circuit. It's even got 3D text. When was the last time Banished Keep had 3D text in it? So this must be like one of the best tracks. El Degree. Degree. Is that a GD reference? Ooh. O and O, these are different, but why? Good question. Why don't you Google that? Exclamation mark, question mark. That's my favourite video by 121KN. I mean, if you want to, you could cheat and search that video up, his channel up, or KN Player 8 up, and then you just find the video, which is pretty easy to do actually. You just search by most popular, and there it is. So really, you know. I just opened up my editing software. I don't want to edit. Who wants to edit? The only editing I'm doing is editing on kids right now. On editing, and full boxing kids on Fortnite. Am I right? Am I right, chat? Am I right, chat? That took me a bit too long to finish the joke and almost was a bit unfunny. But anyways, now, and it took me 4 aces to just remember. That I wasn't. We are now on nunchuck. We are now off nunchuck on the GameCube controller, which fit. We are now off the nunchuck on the GameCube controller, which feels lovely. Feels lovely. An ordinal number indicator, right? Of course. How dare you not know that it's an ordinal number indicator? Everyone knows that. But yeah, you know what? I like the. Okay. I was just surprised that it didn't exist. No one told me that the timer wasn't there. No one said, "Hey up, you're missing your timer." What's this? It's the letter R. No one said anything about there being no timer. Chat. Chat, come on, chat. Get it together, chat. Get it together, Mao. Of course. Of course, the, You didn't even notice, on God. I was about to wonder. Because I was thinking... Oh, yeah, I remember my mum saying that 135 hours is long. Well, look at that. Look at the hour count now. Oh, wait. Well, you're going to watch enough streams, right, to where you see... And you see one thing looks wrong, and you notice it instantly. I'm surprised Phil didn't notice it. But you will notice it one day. Don't worry. It's not a threat. It sounds a bit weird, but, you know. I think the next time that I'm going to do some stupidly simple statistics will be when I play CTGP 1.03 1000 for the first time. Before it, the first glimpse of that stream, we'll be doing some stupidly simple statistics, which is, you know, great thing, great little side tangent, to make the speedrun a little bit more interesting. I can't believe it took me 213 hours to come up with my stupidly simple statistics. Well, Otaku Phil, rewind back to the first few minutes of the stream and you'll know what I mean. Seeing as you're subs, you can do that. And you'll get to see my stupidly simple statistics. Unfortunately, Mao will not be able to, seeing as Mao is not subbed himself. However, he is the top gifter. It's pretty cool, but he's not subbed himself, therefore he can't look back. You're going to have to wait another 150 odd hours until I do another stupidly simple statistics. Maybe even give him more of a taker, more than a taker. What can I say? But you still give me money, you know, when you sub. You're gonna have to wait till roughly about hour 300, no, hour 400 for the next stupidly simple statistics. You won't want to miss that. Actually, it'll be like hour 384. You don't want to be there. That'll be horrible. But yeah, it would be. It's an absolutely crazy thing. I wonder if Phil's actually there. Safe. You know, you don't take anything for subscribing. I think I might need to just reiterate it. You don't take anything for subscribing. I'll just say that. Oh, sure. Few byway. It's a lot of losses. Well, you realise the license was not actually made for CTGP Speedrun. This is just my main license that I've had for about 2.5 years now. I got this Wii in very early 2024. I bought it. It was just super cheap because it was a loose Wii, so it didn't have any cables because I already had them. So I bought this Wii for £8.40, which meant that I just felt like it, you know. Yeah, that's Earth. That's Earth. God, thank God, I never knew what Earth looked like. That is a lot of losses. And yes, there will be a compilation. And yes, I will highlight it at some point. But am I highlighting it yet? No. If I was supposed to know something otherwise, disclaimer, I'm tone deaf way more than that. But yeah. No. It's just it's an old license. I played a lot of online on it, like quite a bit throughout years. So that's why there's so much. That's why there's so many losses. Because I played a lot. I played a lot online in time. But yes, you did take a look at the stupidly simple stats. And how did you feel about the stupidly simple stats? And I just said stupidly simple. I actually said stupidly simple stats twice in a row without messing up stupidly simple stats. And I hope you guys are anticipating soon for the second installation of stupidly simple stats, and that you guys will love to see more stupidly simple stats in the future. I've said that 4 times now in a row correctly. Geriatric call. Don't worry, we've already had a geriatric call today. But yeah, imagine not being there for the first few minutes of the stream, like everyone, and missing out on the stupidly simple stats. What is wrong with you? You don't want to be missing out on the first generational installation of stupidly simple stats. I don't know what that one stream is, so yeah, I don't understand what you're talking about. So that would be a good thing if I knew what it meant. You might not want to put it in chat if you feel the need to update about it. Oh right, yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what stream you mean. Yeah, I know what stream you mean. That one. It doesn't matter. You're not supposed to know. Phil would be upset if you knew. Probably, I don't know. I don't make the rules. I just work here. Yeah, Mal, just remember, if you subscribe, that's no way of taking. Seeing as no one there. Everyone's W beg. Thank you for the W beg. Thank you for acknowledging my W beg. And you are correct. You are completely right. It is W beg. Because of course I'm begging. Because just remember, I'm making 20 cents an hour to play this category, and that's without tax. Why did that cannon feel so slow? This track feels better than ever for some reason. It just feels great, this track. I think something's wrong with me. I think my ears have gone all weird and the floor is disrespecting me. or something. Magma Island, this track sucks so much. How much was all you got? I might just have to try and live with that then. My Wii looks really weird on this monitor compared to everything else, so I don't know why, but it doesn't matter that much. I think it's the gamma. That's what it is, but yeah. I'm glad you appreciate my beg, because it's completely true. I am a nice sellout and a big beggar. I'm trying to say big beggar 5 times fast. What was I even playing that did that? What specific song was I playing? Well, it couldn't be that. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Okay. Nothing bad. And now, oh look at that. Oh, oh look at that. Yes. I almost hit the banana. That would have been very cool, let's be honest. I don't know why this monitor you can't manually increase your gamma, because this is exactly what my monitor needs. It needs a gamma increase, which I don't think it actually has. All it has is just it just has a few gamma options, gamma 1, 2 and however many more there are. So I don't know how many there actually are there. That's the issue. 3. And it looks like I'm gonna want gamma 1. Wow, DCR. What's Desert Castle Raceway doing? As an option. Right. Let me have a quick cycle through. Also, I actually do need gamma 1. No, I don't need gamma 3. I need gamma 1. What is happening? What have I done? What have I done? Chat, what have I done? What have I done? Chat, I don't like this. My monitor looks weird. Okay, yep. Okay, chat, it's back, it's back. Right. Who is the absolute idiot? That idiot The nice and humble idiot. The humble idiot. Kevin. Yeah, no clue who. Dunno. All I know is that this stream is going out to all the humble kings. All my humble kings out there. Chat and proceed to cuss out everyone, declare his hatred for me. The owner, the only one to be bait about Toad's pick who tab in the honeypot chat, will be banned forever. Oh wow, that guy was baited into typing honeypot. Really, really, what? How do you not read what it says? Did you try and oh, him. What did Toad even do? How did Toad even how could Toad even like bait him into doing it? Like that's like 13 warning. Wait, but does that mean, right? Does that mean that the honeypot has a new ban on it? Yes, it does. It does. Has another ban. I'm so happy. Nice. Great. Misty runes. By telling him not to type there. Oh my god. That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, he must be really dumb, man. And also, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I already did it. You know, I already did it. You've seen me do the maze. I'm not doing it again. 3,000 bits and I'll do the maze. Don't type in honeypot. Yeah, that's ridiculous. If it's the admins are unable to ban unless their role is above all others. Wow. So that's really, wow. That was never the case before, yeah. I can't believe the only way that he was able to ban someone who was being a threat was by saying, was by saying that, yeah. But what else are you gonna do though? That's the thing. Has this track got an update, like a remake? Because this track seems like a good thing to remake. This seems like it'll be a cool track to remake. Well, if I did, I would find a much better brick texture. I would keep the maze. I would probably make it not have as many cannons. I'll probably just have the one cannon. That's the only cannon, I think. The first one is the only one. You have rain. You are lucky. Now, before you say anything, right? Oh, you mean the track? The track must have rain. Oh god. You know what's interesting? This track, unless you count the tiny bit on the screen, does not have mist, except for that tiny bit there. It does not have mist. Where it's a .bfg. Oh, hi Ragdoll. Yeah. What's that YouTube short all about? And why did you even make it a YouTube short, by the way? Why did you? What part of that needed to be a YouTube short? What part of? Hey pal, good time. I usually see you in Sound Extreme. but I'm the better streamer, Sonic sucks. What part of that constituted a YouTube shot? Is that just so you could send it to me and make me and rage bait me? Wow. I hate you so much. It's great. It's important that people know who the worst streamer is. Yeah, how the worst streamer is you. Yeah, love-hate relationship. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, this is Molten Mountain Way. This is the non-official version. We're gonna have to play the non-official version 5 times until we get to play V2.0, which is the official patch, which means that we get to do a bunch of other things. Okay, okay, right. It's okay, right. So, you said that right. And that song comes on. As soon as that song comes on, that girl said, genuinely, that song came on and that said that. You know, Stronger by Kanye West. I'm the first one, right, Phil? No one's done first yet in the chat. So you never know. Older, better, faster, stronger. No, that don't kill me. Can only make me stronger. That song comes on as soon as you type that in. That is shocking. That is actually shocking. I'm surprised. You're also first. Yeah. Where's your bad stream for one? You should have your bad stream for 100 and your cool stream for 1000 because way more people, Rag, are gonna say that you have a bad stream. Oops, misclick, my bad, hate. Alright, bro. Pack it up. Just pack it up, bro. Pack it up, bro. Pack the hate up, bro. We're just lying about not hating. That's the crazier thing. Why don't you, I see that you're live right now. Actually, I have no clue because I'm not followed you anymore. Seeing as you're just so kind. Anyway, yeah. Seeing as you happen to be live right now, why don't you focus all your attention on being live? I really want to give you bits just so I can gigantify the hate emote in your chat. You two fight over who's better. And let's be honest, who here has the cool factor in Otaku Phil's server? Yeah, I just made you involved, so enjoy that. Oopsies, I accidentally got you involved again. That's completely on me, Otaku Phil. Okay, no problem. I know you. I know you know, love. Aww. Yeah, it's all love, really. But it's all hate because you suck. But it's all love anyways, you know. It's all trolling. But, you know. He tolerates me right now. He tolerates me for now. At least. Which is something. Tolerate pizza. Alright, yeah. Oh. I think the Otaku Phil emotes are better than the Ragdoll RL ones, let's be honest. The thing is, I've got to kiss most of my viewer base goodbye because basically all of them are going off to school in the next few days. Basically all of them are. So I'm going to have to give them a warm goodbye. Basically everyone that is going off to like college in the US, you know. Time to get lost. You decided, and it's, you know, it's completely your decision, and you're not gonna get, you know, I'm just gonna say deciding to play to do this on to start your hackpack testing as soon as everyone goes off to school is not the smartest idea. I'm going to tell you that. I'm not going to be the first one to tell you that, but I'm still going to say it. I'm probably the last one to tell you this already, because everyone's already said it, but still. Come on, bro, come on. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Who actually wants to see testing? Not me. Not me. In my 24-hour live stream, I had to play this on Waluigi Piranha Prowler, and if I didn't win, Palkia Time did not get gifted a sub, which means that he would not be allowed to hate on me. No, because he did, and Cooper Multiple Plushie subbed with Prime, he will get to hate me. No, only if you're subbed you get to hate. Paid actors paid to hate. I wouldn't say anything on the matter. I really want to go into his chat, to Rag's chat, and cheer 40 bits, just cheer however many bits to gigantify Sonic 9K8. I'm doing that. I don't even care. I'm doing that. I'm doing it. How many? How many is it? 30. Oh God. I don't even care. I'm you know what? That's the only time I'm ever doing this, but I'm doing it. I appreciate the hate shot right back at you as well. Oh, I love this guy, bro. Guess my points, 90,000. I'm sure the really long streams are doing you well. 91.7. You're very close to being able to be able to get stuff. You might but you might even be able to hit 100,000 before I go. I'm so glad I made sight. Okay, hey. Such a good idea. Oh! That chat. Thoughts on that chat? Thoughts on that, Phil? I mean, it makes sense. I had at least 5 frames of airtime and I was in a wheelie and I was on a bike. What do you think about that? I was an Well, if you think about it, Mal, obviously you're not too much of a Mario Kart Wii player, but all the requirements to get in a clip like that are possible, just as long as you align. You need to be on a bike, check. You need to wheelie, like that. And you just need to have at least 5 frames of airtime. And if all of those requirements are met and you clip the wall, you will shoot up. Assuming you've got good luck. But besides that, I mean, assuming that, then there you go. It's easy, really easy. There we go, and we did it again. It's not too difficult as long as you get the right direction, which is a bit difficult because of the fact it's slanted. It's maybe even easier to make sure VODs work. You should just do a black screen. Yes! Chat, we won. You'll never guess what track's next. Oh, he's back on the run. You peaked in high school, I peaked on mushrooms. That's a Otaki Field quote. Now you joined on the best track of the version. King Hedge. Best time for you to join, eh? The best track in all of Mario Kart Wii. The best track of all time. It is Mushroom Peaks. Chat, I'm washed. I'm actually so washed. I better make shroomless at least to make it up. I swear the new version makes it more difficult. Yes, we gotta join the CTGP worldwide. Let's be honest. Oh! Need to get on the offline C12 right now. And this is a genuine this is a genuine idea, right? King Hedge. There will be a time where there'll be a time where I love your chat because they're super like my chat. Shut up, bro. If you Oh no, because it would be a CT worldwide because we're not from the same. He's completely across the globe from me, so there will be a worldwide aspect because I am not in the same region as him. So it is a CT worldwide because we're playing custom tracks and the reach is worldwide. But there is a genuine chance that in 2018, in the 2018 versions, when land gets added, we might be able to play King Hedge, hopefully. I say that because it's offline. Where the CPU's from? Japan. Exactly. So it's always a CT worldwide. They are from Japan. Therefore, I am the outsider. But it's fine because I'm good at the game. I thought the Japanese players in CT worldwide are known to rage quit and also be good at the game. Why are they so bad? Why, they're only good on the Yellow Yoshi tracks. Yellow Yoshi must have paid Nintendo. Right, chat. By the way, there's one more track that has AI param. I don't know what track it is, I can't remember. But there is. I can't think. Speedrunning every version of you. What does that mean? I don't want to be every version of me, because there's a version of me where I don't speedrun every version of me. And there's also, if there's every version of me, there's definitely very different there's very different versions of me, you could say. I'm sure there are some versions of me that you guys would not like, and some that you would like. For example, the version of me that does not beg for money. But there's also the version of me that doesn't speedrun, or doesn't stream, or doesn't have internet, or doesn't or is rich. With Speedy. Who is Speedy? I show Speed. Are we gonna be in a universe where Speed is a Mario Kart player with me? Speedy Gonzalez. Right, imagine me and I show Speed doing something together. Yo, let's play the speedrun together. Donated £1.99 through Super Chat. £1.79 through Super Chat. Who is your favorite soccer football player? Cristiano Ronaldo, Sui. Bro, imagine if that happened in our stream, bro. Because it did. Now I will search for one, because I am Mr. Nice Guy. You are Mr. Nice Guy. That's who Palkia Time knows you as. You peaked in high school? I didn't. Actually, I don't know if I did yet, because technically I'm not in high school. My first day on high school is tomorrow. No, it's not tomorrow. No, it's not. It's Tuesday. Next Tuesday. Has a must. My next day in high school is Tuesday. The next Tuesday. Obviously, that's not what we call it in the UK. We just call it year 10, 11. But we call 7 to year 11 secondary school. There's some big mushrooms there. Anything's possible with custom tracks. Even stuff that people don't want are able to be in custom tracks. Yeah, just like any form of art. Yeah. Did you not know that? That's what CT stands for, custom track. CTWW is CT Worldwide. Custom track worldwide is obviously CTW is obviously CT Worldwide. There's no Speedy Gonzalez mod. Someone's got Someone's gonna add Speedy Gonzalez. And CTGP stands for Custom Track Grand Prix. Now, originally there were 4 tracks, which is where CTGP came from, because there were only 4 tracks. and it was a Grand Prix, 4-track Grand Prix. And now there are not 4 tracks. If you take 4 and you times it by 56, if you times it, if you take 4 and you times it by 54, then you'll get the exact number of custom tracks. I don't know a thing at all about making character models. I don't know anything about how to use bones and armature. Expect literally just a model. No, not actually. There are a lot of versions which are just not, arguably not talked about, and not really downloadable anymore, which have like very few, they have basically no, have no real download links. So lane person over here, and you're pointing, in my thing, you're pointing to your chat, so that means your lane. But basically the first like public version had 28 tracks. The first real official version had 28, and that was CTGP 2.8. The first 2 versions had 28 and 45 tracks, and then CTGP Revolution started off with 104, and then like 154, and then like 200, and then 184, and then 216, because Bean and Shadows love you, and they decided that this is, by the way, right, CTGP is nothing to write home about now, because obviously CTGP as a thing, as a custom track distribution, especially when it comes to the amount of custom tracks added, is nothing special. Think about Insane Kart Wii, 5,300 tracks, or like 5,400. That's nothing. But a thing you gotta think about is, let's say 2011, we got 104 custom tracks, 104 good custom tracks, just there, ready, just readily available on your Nintendo Wii, in one place. Now, the thing is, right, I will only speedrun what I want to speedrun, and speedrunning every version of IKW would be bad, because bad tracks, there are, but every version there are at least 4,000 tracks, right? So I would have to play at least like, I'd have to play. Now I saw an Ethicals do it, and I managed to pinpoint exactly how many hours it would take, and it was about 300 and something. So it would take 300 times about 60. By the time that people would, and that many hours is 18,000, or a lot more time. That is about that's about 8 times more than what the speedrun is, which would mean that people could probably end up saving up enough for reset run. Do you want? Okay, you have to do it with all 288 combos, of course, obviously. Okay, I have a question. This will be one of the first times I will do it. Do you guys want me to start a prediction? Do you guys want channel points? Do you guys want channel points? Do you want to start a prediction? Will the next track finish odd or even digits? Would anyone in chat be willing to have that and gamble for channel points? Only if it's a guaranteed win for me. But if you put many for Otaku Phil, he could give it back to you. You should country forbids it. Oh my god, bro. That is crazy. That's actual crazy, bro. That's actual chud max, bro. Chud pro max. But let's say, right, that Phil gets 100,000 because of your channel points, Cooper. Imagine what you could do with that. He could do a lot with 100,000 points, and maybe you want to help make the speedrun a bit more interesting by doing what he does, because no one knows what he's going to do with 100,000. Could he give two subs, give VIPs, give I don't even know, choose my combo for a whole version? Will he? I feel like mute game music sucks. Or give nothing. Give nothing. Just keep on accumulating it until he hits the most. Get a CT commission and be a stingy Scrooge. True, you never know. He could be waiting for the reset run. So, if anyone wants to give channel points so I feel you're completely open to, if you want. He will be hitting 100,000 soon. But what if you give them? What if people give them? Because you really need them. You're super poor with 91.8 thousand. You're at probably 0.8 or even 0.9 at this point. Okay, so let me think. I want to try to earn them. If people give it to me, it won't feel right. Okay. So, you have a tier 1 sub from Amazon Prime. Therefore, you have a 1.2 times. So, if on average you get 10 points for every 5 minutes you watch, then you'll be getting 200 points. And then if you add the 50, then if you add the 50 every 15 minutes, add that, that's 400. Times that by 1.2, which would be, what would that be? Mao, are you smart? What's 400 times 1.2? And that's how many Phil would roughly make in an hour being active. And that doesn't even factor in stream streaks either. 480. So on average, if you are completely active, you'll get 480 an hour. And that means that you hit all of your bonuses, all of your everything, at the right time correctly. So, yeah. Hold up, BRB. Let me just go get a drink. Dawned on me. You're close to hitting the big. You're close to hitting the big 216 hours. Theoretically, right? We could have 1 hour for every CTGP track. Easy, right? That's how it works. Because each track actually takes an hour. That's how it works. I know you guys might not be able to believe it, but it's just true. That's how it is. I just thought, please, 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 please. No. close. Yeah, I'm very close to hitting the big 260 in there. Just let's chuck a mountain under M because it's N64 chucking mounts. Why is Choco Mountain under M? Oh, it's fine. It's completely fine. Just as I typed it. I'm sure if I would have said it, you would have realised after a second. I would have said, why is N64 Choco Mountain under M? Why is N64? I would have enunciated the N64 as much as possible to make sure you know about the N64. That's so funny though. Sure, I thought N came before M, yeah, totally. It's also N as well. That's... Well, we're pointing and laughing at you. I think we're going to pin that. I'm pinning it. It's pinned. Chat, that message is pinned. So we can all point and laugh. No, I know I didn't mean to pin that. I didn't mean to pin that. Should have focused on someone else's mistake. Why is Choco Mountain under M? No, don't worry. No one's ignoring you. For a good 20 minutes, your interesting insight is going to be viewable to everyone. Do not worry. We all need to see this. We all need to see this. We all need to have a little look. Why does my game feel faster? Save your streak with Bradley. Oh, I will. That's just your brain slowing down, sure, bro. Get out, bro. Why is Choco Mountain under M? You know what my real question is? Why is Choco Mountain under M? Why is it not under 3? A caramel frappuccino. It was crazy seeing someone actually purchase a caramel macchiato, a grande caramel macchiato from Starbucks at one point. I thought this was some sort of American dream. As in a dream about America, not that sort of American dream. Oh my god. I just got a notification on Twitch. My Twitch. Oh my god. No. I'm not. Guys, if anyone subs, I think Twitch, I think I'm legally required to say this. If you sub, you can get free Audible subscription. If Twitch hasn't told you enough times. If it hasn't been advertised for enough. I love when I make hate cost more. I love when I make hate cost more than love, because we love a positive chat, but we also love a hateful chat sometimes, you know. It's always fun. Wow. Let's just say now, it's very disappointing that we haven't had any J say Harry raid. We haven't had say Harry raid in a while. We haven't had any sort of J IDK raid. We haven't had any of the big dogs raid. We did have Harry UK 5 or whatever. That was alright. Not bad. Ludwig raid soon, surely. I would rather have a HypnoShark raid, because most people in HypnoShark's chat are rich, and they just kind of give him subs to random people with funny names, yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. They have, bro. Out of the few HypnoShark streams I've been in, like with the very start of one of them, someone gifts a sub to "Why is your shirt still on?" Misogyny. Can I get the raid from that guy in Emmead's chat once that gifted him like 500 subs, 1,000 subs. Can I get 1,000 subs in chat? Chat, do you think would you mind giving me $5,000? You know, $5,000 isn't much. I couldn't really do much with it. I would let it just sit and collect interest, but after I spend it all, what should I? Alright, what would I even spend $5,000 on? Bribing Twitch to give me partner. When I think about it, right, there's nothing like. Let's say I get like a really great day and something like really crazy happens with Twitch and I get a bunch of money. What am I gonna do with it? You know, there's nothing I want right now that I really, you know, need it. How that kind of that assignment document my disability, and you know, if you ever have too much, you can always just turn it into turn on spendable balance and gift it all in bits to Saint Night Kivia, or gift subs to the community. Therefore, you still get paid, and I get paid. Obviously kidding. For legal reasons, that's a joke. I mean, imagine someone just gets like $5,000 in their stream, then just gives it so someone gets gifted 1,000 subs, and then they gift 500 subs to another streamer. Now imagine that. That would be crazy. Imagine if they just decided, no, I'm just gonna do the right thing, give it to someone else's community. Because really, like, if someone gifted 5 subs, I would go crazy if someone gifted 5. That's the truth. That would be crazy. That's like, wow, 5 gifts. That's because I always think, oh, it's only 5 gifts. But if you think about it, right, if I go to my earnings, when was the last time I made 25? Okay, well, it wouldn't have been that much, but if it's gifts, then I would be making like 120. It's, you know, a lot of money. Like, there we go. Download my subscriber list. There we go. What would I want to open a .csv with? Google Chrome? What? Mal, what do you open a .csv with? That's why I asked Mal. So I know you're useless. Oh, damn. You guys really are useless. Oh, because I'm the streamer. Streamer man should know everything. You should use me less. When it comes to being a streamer, I would like to say it's a spreadsheet. Yeah? I could probably just put it in sheets then. I would like to argue as a streamer that I'm that I'm smarter than other streamers. Like, most streamers don't have like any technical knowledge. And when it comes to technical knowledge, I am above average, I would like to say, as a streamer. I'll just pop in. What CT is this? This is literally just. This is still ignorant. This is just N64 Cooper Beach, right? Look at the pin chat that Mal said. What are your thoughts on that? Advert your avert your eyes. I thought it said advert. Damn it, my break just ended as well, so I couldn't even say. No, because it's an N64 track. Because he thought it was just Choco Mountain, not N64 Choco Mountain. That's what he did. So I was wondering why it was all the way over there. I guess. Look at that, chat. Well, I don't know who Jasmine is. I'm always hungry because I'm a big back, but I don't know who Jasmine is. You have been following that long. Yeah, I don't know what Jasmine Rice is, but I'm sure it's good. I wouldn't mind trying it, you know. Could I just tax you a good 10%? Because Twitch tax you 30% on your money. So I think if I tax only 10, that's basically nothing. Let's be honest. And you clan with Kai. Someday, you know. Trust me, one day. To map and all I'm gonna say is I promise not to tell Twitch. Yeah. Why not? Go on then. That's a mushroom box. I don't really care enough about that. But yeah, we are all collabing with Kai Sanat. All of us are collabing with Kai Sanat, bro. Bro, I'm gonna be graduating I'm gonna be graduating from Shroom University tomorrow. Found this cool Mazok pack or some Mazok pack for future usage to spice things up at some point. It's called a Woods Music Pack or something. Wait, I have an idea for a channel point reward. Make me use your music pack for a version. Oh! Why? What's that? What's that, bro? I think that'd be a funny thing if I just it. I think that'd be a funny thing if you had to I think that'd be a funny thing if you had to use channel points for that to pick what music I play. I'll be honest, I don't want to have my stuff on. I'm 100% honest. Hand on heart, can I just donate an organ instead? You can donate bits instead. You can, if you want to donate an organ, depends what organ. If you want to donate me a kidney, and then if you want to donate a kidney and then sell it off and then buy it in bits, feel free. But I only take bits or channel point rewards. But you can do a lot with donating organs. But unless, I assume you're obviously talking about a sort of piano like organ. How many bits is 1,000? 100,000 bits. So chat. Oh, damn. Chat. If you wouldn't mind giving us 100,000 bits, you know, I'll be a bit happy if I got 100,000 bits. Right, this guy's actually just rage baiting, bro. What were we thinking? What were they thinking back in the big 99, in the 90s, big 96 for this, bro? They Nintendo made this track, bro. They thought, yes, let's make this. How about we just make this track? I can't tell how much Jack is just rage baiting or just being stupid. Why? Why did they make this one, bro? They should have just waited for Moo Moo Meadows. In 1996, they should have just made Moo Moo Meadows, right? There's so many cool bridges you can't run on one of them. True. You know what sucks? The custom track adaptation is so much better than the actual version. Should I make an alternate version where you drive on all the bridges? That'd be cool. I can see who my subs are. Okay, right. I'm going to give a shout out to all of my subscribers right now. I would like to, I think these are just people who actually sub. And I'd like to say who's are still currently ongoing. I'd like to thank Frosty CD1. I'd like to thank Drivers, whose sub is still continuing. Chili Sue. And the following all have subs that are still continuing. Soap FBR, Otaku Phil, which is at 2 months. So Soap FBR, which is at 2 months. Otaku Phil, which is at 2 months. Seacade, which is at 1 month. Modest Major 1, which is on 1 month. X-Blades, which is 1 month. Cooper Marketable Plushie, which is 1 month. And PGTO, which is 1 month. In fact, Drive Dose is 3 months. Track name, please. Okay, bro. Yeah, alt route. So like you go like alternate alternate N64 Bowser Castle would be like that, but you just drive on the bridges, you know. It would be so much cooler. Track name, please. All right, bro. All right, pack it up, bro. Pack it up. So those are all of my subscribers to the Twitch, and the 2 gifters to the Twitch are X-Blaze, who was gifted 1, and more SR. More. Damn it, Matt. How do I say it again? Mao. Jesus Christ. Mao, who was gifted 2 subs. Mal_SR, who has gifted 2 subs to Sonic 9KVR's Twitch. Give Mal my VIP for that. One of you needs to gift before that. One of you needs to gift before that. Well, there might be a VIP giveaway at some point. So, I honestly think we should wait. Trust me, there is some sort of VIP. We'll have some sort of shifting around. 92k, wow. I'm sure it has nothing to do with what I just said. Yeah. Look, highest gifted should, but I'm sure someone might be kind enough. Why didn't Nintendo make this? Yeah, this is so much different. Like, why would Nintendo make this? Why would they add speed mods into this, make it 2 laps, and not put it in? Like, can you believe it? They invented speed mods and like 1 and 2 lap tracks in the N64 days. They didn't even add it to any other track. What? Like, imagine how much better the tracks could be if they had that. Imagine 5 laps and there's MC3, right? Right, guys? Great idea. Do you think... I don't think Nintendo would ever speed mod a track. Yeah, just do it. It's not Nintendo like to speed mod a track. It is very CT-like, because as we all know, in 2014, if you're a CT creator, you legally were required to have at least 3 tracks with a speed mod. You check a 9 out of 10. Wow, that is a number. It's a number which is pretty high. It's so high, in fact, that it's almost 10. This is N64 Real Racer. Thanks for letting us know about that, Otaku Phil. I would prefer if you didn't say that. Bro, seriously? A pencil cup? Wow. Just so... This is... Bro, Jack is so brain dead, bro. TS guy is as brain dead as chat gets. This guy learned from darkness. Yeah, this guy generally just... This guy's chatting like darkness, bro. So the pencil cup was supposed to be where all the loop tracks are, because this alphabetical is not the regular thing. The regular is completely out of order. It's just kind of weird. So basically everyone uses alphabetical because it just makes sense. Really easy to find a track. So that's what they do. So yeah. Please acknowledge your warning. So the pencil tracks are the loop tracks. It was made for the loops. So we have red loop, yellow loop, green loop, and blue loop. And that's in reverse. No, it's not. It's almost in reverse alphabetical order. What order would you like me to say it in? Would you like to say an RGB value? An RGB hue value? Because I'm pretty sure I did. I did do it in RGB hue value order. Which is interesting, isn't it? So loop tracks, all the tracks loop. If you stay for a bit, you get to see a red loop. The blood is on my hands. Allow us to move past this. I'll be honest, bro. I've had to move past. Let's be honest, right? I've had to move past about 5 things you've said in chat in the past month. Basically, every time we've chatted, something's happened. Something's happened. Alright, something's happened every time. Let's be 100% honest about that. 5 out of 10 strikes. So how about we do it like a Mogi? How about we say that you're on 4 strikes out of 5? How about that? 4 out of 5. But seeing as you are pretty but seeing as you are pretty seeing as you seem to be not the best fellow, you seem to be seem to maybe want to take your VIP away, seeing as you're on your 4th strike. If you don't want to die, please chat responsibly. Do you chat like this in other channels? If so, I am very sorry for everyone who you interact with on the internet, because I know you don't. Well, you're going to you're on your final warning, just like in Mogi. Every month, you will lose 1 strike. I think that's how it works. You'll lose a strike every now and then. You're 1 off. You're on your final warning. Otaku Phil, I think he's had 1 warning. Maybe. I don't even know. Yeah, anyways. Obviously Mao's the best one. Mao in chat is the best chat. Maybe because he's not a sub, so he can't give us some Sonic 9K hate. Some of the good Sonic 9K hate. Yeah, I hard agree. You're definitely the best chat here. Oh, it's this track. Wow. Who? Toad. I didn't know Toad's Pit Crew made tracks in 2014. I didn't know Toad's Pit Crew had a turnpike. He's the only Toad. What other Toad would exist? The only Toad that exists is Toad's Pit Crew. Oh, what? Come on, show it. Ted a Hack fan. No, that's Toadette, not Toad. I just realised something. I might disconnect my mic, might DC. If it... Okay, did it? I don't think it did. Me when I muttered. Wow, am I muttered? Am I muttered? Am I muttered? Mal. Am I muttered, chat? No, I'm muttered. Oh no, I'm gonna have to check. Oh no, just like the average Say Harry stream, I'm gonna get distracted by trying to yeah, say Larpy, bro. No, I'm not muttered. Oh, actually, yeah, you made me look there. The classic Say Harry actually looking to see if he's muttered is crazy. I can't believe he's actually done that and just through because of it. Say Larpy, yes. If anyone who is an aspiring streamer and wants to get into streaming MKW, which I doubt, or anything, when it comes to chat interaction, just remember you're not streaming to play good, you're streaming to interact with people or to make money or to whatever. For me it's the money part. But you know, you're not streaming to play a game good. That's not why you click the start stream button, okay? And I want you to realise that, because Don't Stream MKW, it's full of sweats and humble kings. I will come back to you in a couple thousand hours. I'll come back to you in a good 2k hours and ask of your opinion. Time for another episode of Fun with Fractions. Crazy weebs that make hack pack so no one plays. Yeah. You keep driving like extra Emily. So, you notice how I'm interacting a lot with chat, especially when chat is somewhat brain dead and saying some I don't even know. So you've actually got to remember that you've got to constantly look at chat. So if you want to stream a game in like this and expect to be competitive, extremely good, then don't expect that. Don't expect to be like super good. Who is Extra Emily? Who is that? World's worst like a Wii driver or something. 2K VR. I remember Seen some with like 970 VR or something on Haydos's thing or whatever. Streams while driving IRL. Wow. This no, we can't make the deaf. Oh, looking at chat instead of the road. To Jack Doherty. Doherty. Anyways, chat. As a regular Twitch streamer, I'm obviously gonna always look at chat, and I'm not gonna pay any attention to anything that's happening around. We're gonna have a high-speed car chase. We are at 2 hours, 215 hours. Wait, how many hours are we on? Wow, that's a lot of hours. Anyways, here's the same track again. Anyways, you can't say by the way, you can't say Death Pike. You just go 70 in a school zone. Because I'm a tech reviewer. So I've got to go 70 in a school zone to showcase my my tech thing. But yeah, so you can't call this KMH no MPH. Being courteous for once, thank you. You should be. This is 2 times speed. I will inform my compatriots of this peak track. Have a good night, chat. Have a good night, Jack Wiz. That's the same night. That's the same time I go to bed on school nights. It's not a school night. Yeah, I've still got Jack Cheese Wheels. Till Tuesday before I go back to school. I've got basically 5 days and 2 hours till the day. Technically, like, you know, I'm not even gonna go into it. Can't be bothered. Like 5 days, 9 hours, and 15 till I get on the bus, and then another hour till school actually starts. You know, so I love that. I love when that happens. I love when that happens. If I say love, that means if I say love in the way I say love, that means I'm talking about Sonic 9K love. So I'm just saying love. If I go, you know, if I enunciate the love. But yeah, Phil, you can't say Death Pipe because this is the version. This is not like the really hard version. This is the easy version that isn't so difficult. I just realised, Phil, this track has AI param as well. So take that. I think it was going to be a GBA track that also has AI param, but this silly track has AI param. Undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. Especially the first one. Oh, District 65. Oh, you going as well, Mal? Or is that just saying goodnight? But this is Toad's Toad's turnpike, right? You know what my issue is? Toad's got a turnpike and he's got a road. Like Toad. What do you know about Toad Road, Cube Marketable plushie? What do you know about Toad Road? Yeah, so Otaku, this is a track with it. This. And then District 65 is not Yellow Yoshi, and that obviously has AI param. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. I'll be like 2 minutes, just gotta brush my teeth. We're back, chat. We're back, chat. We're back, chat. What do you mean NP9? What is he talking about? Wire Stadium here. Toad Road, right. Right, yeah. Right. Do you guys want to give these tracks, Mal, do you want to give these tracks ratings out of 10? Just as a fun little thing to do for a bit. I'm going to give this track a rating. Now, if you played Mario Kart 64, then you may know what these ports are like. How faithful they are to the original. I'm not a big player of it, of this track, so of the game Mario Kart 64. So just because they haven't made a CTGP for it, but you know, if you want to, I think it'd be cool if you just rate a few tracks. See, yeah, basically, yeah. TS too long. Barra. Bro, you're like 24, bro. You're an unk. Stop trying to be hip with the kids and using TS. Bro, it's this guy, bro. I knew you were born in 2002, but still. It's unk. Absolute unk. At least you weren't born in the year. At least, you know, the year you were born in didn't start with the 19. Bro, imagine like being... Having your year of birth start with 19. And like, I wonder if anyone in chat happens to be like that. I'm back from WeFine. I hate Toad Road. Wow. I don't hate you, but I hate Toad Road. Well, what do we hate more than Toad Road? Let's say it now, chat. What do we hate more than Toad Road? Say it with me. Sonic 9K VR. True, I hate that. Whoa. That's some super not allowed words. I hate that. Terrible. It's even the happy folk. You couldn't even do the regular one. You have to do the one where I'm all happy. You're not allowed. I can't believe you'd say that word. That's that is his full self. True. Because he's tall, Sonic. Do you think I should add a red Sonic 9K love for subs? Would that make you want to continue your subscription? Because think about all the ads. The ads would drive you crazy. The ads would drive you crazy enough to where you'd just be like, fine, I'll resub. Imagine getting priority on the spreadsheet for subs. Which you actually do get, by the way. I'm not lying. You know, if it caps off at a 1 month, it's pretty normal compared to everyone else. You know, regular dude, really. Never.
Start thinking about not staying up to silly clocks back at school next week. Yeah.
Don't know.
I'm saying night to you now.
Right. Right. Soon. We'll see how soon it is. Alright. N64 Yoshi Valley is a track. Yeah, it's basically it. It's a track. What are your guys' thoughts on this track? Now this is the last track of N64 Hell, which is actually not that bad of Hell. The only bad is GBA and GCN, and then also, what's it? What other Hell? SNES Hell. SNES Hell's probably worse because I have to play Cooper of each one. In fact, let me have a little look at on Chadsoft. Have a little look at the updates. Let me have a little look for what I'm expecting for the next bit. So, supporting update. Okay, alright. Let's see. Nothing too exciting. Updated Abyssal. Okay, new version of GBA Riven Road. Updated Abyssal Ruins, the latest version. Updated to latest version. Updated GBA BC2 to brand new version, which is nice. Fixes. Update Martin Mountain Way. Updated GCN Daisy Cruiser to a different version. Yeah. Added update Crystal Dungeon. Updated Stone Route. The latest version. Updated GBA BC1 to a new version, and updated SNES BC1, update Galaxy Base, update. Wow, that's the best version. Wow, that's gonna be the first big update, right? 1.03.066. So update SNES BC1 to a new version, update GBA BC1 to a new version, update Galaxy Base to a latest version, which is a big version. Updated Ice Cream Sweetland to a new version, to its latest version. Update Cliff Village to its latest version, which is a very good update. Updated GBA Rainbow Road 2 to a new version. Updated GBA Peach Circuit to a new version. Half-hearted attempt to fix a respawn error on Nightmare to Dream World. Updated GBA Cheap Island V2 to its latest version. So that's a lot of stuff. But that's his full self. Alright, bro. Oh no, it's that, bro. What is that emote? What is that emote? Prime, you don't say. You don't say. But yeah. Here we go. Nightmare to Dream World. Alright. At Mao_speedrun. I think this is the best thing. This will be probably the best thing for you to rate. I think this track is a great thing for you to rate, so would you please do so? Yeah, I would request you to rate this track, please. Please rate. Anyone in chat, please rate this track. On a scale of 1 through 10. Nice start. I know, this track's too normal. Almost lagging. Almost lagging. But that's nothing. And now watch this. Mao. Watch the craziest thing. Yeah, we go through the wrong door. But what's through this door? This. And now we can cut to the right. And there we go. And we end up back. And then we're back up. And now we start again. Best track ever, right? This looks like Roadblock. Well, yeah. Mao, you are not going to want to miss this one version. You are not going to want to miss CTGP 1.030066. There are many. That's the biggest update. That's the biggest versions yet. There are a bunch of track updates. A lot, basically. There's a lot of track updates. A lot of new versions of tracks. A lot of major updates to tracks. So you do not want to miss that version. It will be a big turning point. With still more to go. This one get removed. This one gets removed in 1.03/1000. So basically every version pre 1.03/1000 you couldn't remove tracks. You could just add. You could just update tracks or change the version of it. So like change the different author's version of the track. So this is what you had to do basically. So this doesn't get removed for a bit, but when it does, it's great. But after that, it's just sort of a mid. Rock Ridge got updated to its latest version, and then we finally get the update that adds all the versions, which is all the tracks. 50 odd new tracks added, 50 old tracks removed, Ignorance is Bliss anti-cheat added, alterations to track code to make it possible to add new tracks more frequently. That is right. You can play new tracks actual frequently now. Instead of just doing that. No track start with O, no. That's a strange thing. There's no track that starts with E as well. There's no track to start with E. Which is quite crazy. If the concept of ice didn't exist, then I'm pretty sure there wouldn't be any tracks that started with I as well. If it was called like Frigid or something, then yeah. There are tracks that start with F, like Faraway Lands and Fireaway. Call it Frozen Water, yes, very frigid, frozen water. Or just frozen water, yeah. I think there would be no. I think I wouldn't have anything. Solid water, sure. Just more stuff to get added next to the SNES tracks. I would not like to play a bunch of SNES tracks just to come back to Solid Waterway. And actually Waterway is a track, technically. Not CTGP worthy, but it's an old track. So yeah. I think if the remake of Waterway existed earlier, yeah, Mystery is Waterway. If it existed earlier, it might have gone into CTGP. The thing is, right, when it comes to new editions, there's definitely, when it comes to like new editions, I would say that definitely it's a lot easier to have a track, like if that track, it was 2017, I'm surprised it didn't make it in really. It was just a little early, maybe it was just not quite, but it looked like it would be completely fine in CTGP, let's be honest. I don't understand why not. for 2017 standards. So what I mean, right, is the original version of SNES Rainbow Road from 2009, which is technically the first custom track, was still in, but that version of Waterway, which is a great version, which is a great track, was not in. That's the sort of inequality there is. It took a long time for CTGP to get actually decent. It took till like 2020 when I would argue CTGP got decent, but then it would update once every like 2 weeks. Technically this is updating like once every week. It was. And you know what the issue is, Mal, because Phil kind of already knows. You know what the issue is with this, seeing as you can't add more tracks. It's you have to just wait for tracks to be updated and fix a few things that might be an issue. That's basically all that could happen. I mean, obviously, the Shadows are also working on, after this, you know, countdown mode. They just kind of had to. I think they were also working on 1,000 at this point to try and get it sort of working. I think that's what they did, because they just kind of didn't really have much to do. They just kind of had to sit around waiting for people to update their tracks, but then they could finally add tracks and replace tracks. And the first track they added, which replaced the track, was how do you say it? Aquaina? Something like that. I can't remember how you say it. Aquania or something like that. But so these old versions are pretty much just wait till people update their tracks and then just collect it all in one. I need somebody. Younger than today. I never needed anybody's help in any way. This is Pipe Underworld. This is a track created by Big Otto 2. Now, I'm not excited for the later versions. This is a track and I'll stand by this. I prefer this version. I just had the start shortcut. Shadow already made this joke in Renegade Ciara's chat. But so there are 3 versions of this track. There is the Big Otto version, which is this. There's the Chaos Shadow version, which was like 2015, 2016, and there's the Mega Kart version, which is the modern one. What is the only good version? This one. This is the only good version. Shadow greatly decreased the quality of the track. The track felt a lot more empty. Although this track technically feels empty. I mean, like, you know, think about it. There's just nothing. The way it was remade was you could see a lot more of just the fact that it's all empty. You know, this did a great job at hiding the fact that it was an empty track, whereas the Shadow version was pretty bad at doing that. Shadow was very good at what he did best, and it was retros. You should have just stuck with them. The thing is, the latest version of the Mega Kart version, and it got updated to do it, does not have those cannons, which sucks. It's not even Underworld. No, it just feels like a pipe track. It feels like some sort of DS Dokkan course thing. And it just doesn't feel like it's Underworld. And also that ending section, I've only played it once, by the way, on Classic, but I can still just picture it in my head because of how bad it was. Just the track in general was not great. At the ending part was just nothing like any other version, and you kind of like went down, and then you had like a big ramp. It didn't help out. Also, there were just some absolute degens in the couple. But yeah, it was kind of crazy. I was yesterday years old or whatever, 2 days years old when I found out. 2 days ago years old, I don't know. When I found out that the RWS actually has a double item box. You know, on the big ramp, the big first ramp. Yeah, there's a double item box there. How did Nintendo mess that up? No clue. Bit awkward, but it's fine, Nintendo. You made Mario Kart Wii, which we apparently don't like, but imagine how much. You know what the thing is, right? Imagine if I start gliding in from that. But Phil, imagine, right? Because the main reason that CTGP started was because Bean wasn't satisfied with the 32 tracks in just having 32 tracks in Mario Kart Wii. Do you think that? What do you think would have happened if Bean was completely fine with it, or he was just frustrated about it and nothing happened? How long do you think it would take for modding to like properly kick off? Do you think that we would be? When do you think that the idea of custom tracks in Mario Kart would be good? Do you think it will be a sort of like Mario Kart Nitro, Mario Kart CTGP Nitro? Damn it, they're like the same name. CTGP Nitro is CTGP for the DS, by the way. I know we would have kicked if we would have kicked in. I'm sure he would have. He probably would have anyways. I think he still would. I think he would have kicked in, but I don't think he would have. They would have because they still. Because I feel like it wouldn't be the same. I feel like at that point, I think the most in that stage would be texture hacks. I think that would be the most. Because like me, he edits tracks. Yeah, I think he would. I think track edits and texture hacks would be the big thing at that point. Because technically, those are still the original 32 tracks. So I think that would be the most the modding scene would be. I'm sure someone would have made a way to compile it. But if no mods existed, I think it would be. I think it would have taken like till like at least. I think it would have had a few years. It would have taken a few years longer for stuff to happen. That's the issue. I'm not sure how it would do. I think if modding in Mario Kart Wii was really slow, let's say the whole track scene was like 15 years out or something stupid like that. Yeah, I'm glad as well. Imagine the only thing I'm annoyed about is the fact that I'm not some sort of revolutionary creator. Like imagine, you know what would be crazy? You know the thing is with the tools and all the documentation, without them I wouldn't have known how to start. But let's say I did. Let's say I made Mushroom Skyway. It might have been praise, probably not CTGP level praise, or like 1.01 only. But you know what the big thing would be? The crazy thing would be that the mushrooms tilt, like stuff like that. That obviously is just an unused thing in the Kanoko Bend object, which we obviously all know about now. But like, I mean, just to think this track's revolutionary. This track was crazy at one point, probably. I hope it wasn't actually, because that would be pretty sad. I really hope it wasn't impressive, to be honest. But anyways, besides that, I mean, I think in general, my tracks probably would be one of those tracks that like I think I could barely scrape by CTGP. but it would be like probably not like a Shining Town situation, but let's say a Nightmare to Dreamworld situation where people don't want the track. Many people don't want the track, so it's just kind of there until because it just can't be done. It can't be removed. How long do you think it would take for Hack Pack? Because let's be honest, right? Let's just say no one got bored of the 32 tracks. There would probably be a competitive scene. No. I just thought the competitive scene would want to play anyways. The competitive scene would want to play. Has that got Param? Because he's moving really fast. It can't have, or like really small. Well, the thing is, right? There's obviously clan wars and stuff. Hack Pack probably might not have. I mean, the thing is, right, when you have a pack that starts off at the very start of a mod, as soon as that mod evolves, it's gone basically. You know, that's exactly what happened with CTGP. CTGP was made for just to, you know, in an early year to showcase custom tracks with some decent, you know, just any track that wasn't super bad, and that was it. That was all they really wanted to do. But now, yeah, it depends on how much mods will be available, and I'm mod scene, which was 2013. Let's say the whole modding scene was pushed back 10 years. So let's say this is like, let's say this version of CTGP is like 2 years old, for example. How do you think it will be? Because 2020 will be the perfect time for mod innovation. I think CTGP as a whole, and custom tracks as a whole, would have developed at a much faster rate if it was in 2020 for obvious reasons. Definitely. And I'm sure there would be competitive players, and I think what would have happened was Mario Kart Wii would have just kind of been a bit dead, just competitive, and then it kind of got a bit of light back in on it maybe. But let's say you emerged in 2013. Do you think if no mods existed until like 2021 or something, or like 2023, what do you think you'd do with Hack Pack? Do you think Hack Pack would have waited for that long? Because what would the tools be? You know, how easy would packs be to make? You know, how long would it just be a My Stuff pack in Mario Kart? You know, like custom Mario Kart Wii, for example. That's just texture hacks. That could theoretically just be a thing. For example, something like that. That's the thing. I came on the scene in 2013. It was only after Nintendo WFC that I made Hack Pack. Right. Okay, right. So another hypothetical situation. What if this has also got AI param? It has to. Why is Toad going so fast? I don't even know. It must have. Okay. New question now. New question. Because you're breaking the fourth wall every time. What if the modding scene started from scratch, where as soon as, or like a few, just when the Nintendo WFC closure thing came out, which was about 3 months before. So we're talking about like technically like a late 2008 time. So basically by the time that Nintendo WFC would have shut down, it would be like mid 2009 or something, or like early 2009 with just texture hacks. Or I think Test Circle would have been a thing. I think that would have been it. I think that would be it. But what would you think? Yeah, he's really good, but this is a hypothetical. That's at least that's the good thing. This is definitely hypothetical, which is good. Should I port some Wii tracks to MKDS at some point? Because I could definitely do that, and I could get a bunch of tracks in CTGP, whatever, Nitro. Damn it! Oh wow, oh wow, really? Really? I did not know that. I know the significance of mentioning test circle. Why there two? Because one's buggy and the other one's really buggy. You know, I just realised. I didn't realise this, but Lunar Space. I thought Lunar Spaceway got removed in like. There are only so many tracks 2008. Yeah. You know, you could literally just have a CTGP. You could literally, actually, if you count peaks, you could actually have 5 tracks, but still. But Phil, let me tell you something, right? That I found out. Lunar Speedway, your first custom track, actually got removed in 1.03 1006. I thought it got removed much earlier, much later than that. I thought it stayed into like 2018. I thought that was gonna be one of the tracks that I would be like, see, like Lunar Spaceway, that's stayed in for ages. But luckily, it got removed quite quickly for Base Basher City, which I don't know how I feel about that, but yeah, sure, why not? Also, no, I don't question the fact that we're just running into walls. But I can't. But I'm excited for some tracks, and I would be excited for some tracks. Okay, no, so it might not. Okay, what's the track? Okay, so the first track added in 1.03 1000 after was Colour Wonderland, replacing Dreamo Cloudway, which I don't understand, and I need someone to explain this to me. What do people like about that track? Especially, what did people like about it? Did it get removed at one point? I knew it was going live. I was up late when that update dropped, and drat. What? I typed in drat. What do you mean? What does that mean, bro? What does TS mean? What does this mean? I was supposed to, or I lost my train of thought halfway. Oh. Wow. Why don't you continue it? So what happened? And the update dropped. Were you excited for it? Were you sad to see Lunar Speedway go? I thought, oh, no, yeah, that's just, yeah. Okay, so now this is the better track. This is Punch City 2 by Strobones. Now watch this. Time with traffic, not just traffic, it's completely different there. And now watch this. By the way, we've done like one whole version, by the way, at this point now, compared to when we started yesterday. We've done a version. because I swear we started with like this track or something similar to this track, somewhere around this mark. But I remember playing this track at the very start of the new speedrun. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure what track I started on. Doesn't matter. At least I didn't start it incorrectly, because I took a 2-week break from streaming, and then I went on the wrong version. I went off the wrong track, so I was an hour behind. Miss Bean came onto the chat of Radlowag, and I was on a Discord call with him. We all played Bass Passenger. And since it was around time that trap blocking was doing, we decided to test something. We found out that trap blocking worked when everyone picks a track and it hasn't been repicked, but we all pick the same track and it gets picked. Yeah, that's how it works. Oh, do you figure that out? Is that the first time you figured it out? What was so big about Bass Bash? I don't even remember what that track was. I don't think I've ever played it. I think it's one of those tracks that's on Classic that I just forgot to play. Like, to be honest, a bunch of 1.02, a bunch of 1.03 1000 tracks, I just didn't know. I don't know anybody who actively tested it out yet. There's like some Rosalina or like some snow track that existed in CTGP. Do you know what I'm talking about? Could you please tell me what it's kind of like? So it's like 2015 style. It has a section of can you send the wiki link? Actually, I don't know. I might as well just type it. Let me have a look. Rosalina's star, probably that. Yes, that's it. Yeah, oh, it's a 2014 track technically, right? I remember. Okay, that's what that track is. So that got added in 1000. Okay, thanks for telling me that. Because I remember when I was playing Classic, that's one of the few tracks that I don't remember, and I remember that just because someone was like, "Oh guys, go make sure to go to the Starway," when obviously that's not true. Wow. Thank you. You're like, you know the old tracks. Like I know some of them, but like you're really the person who I gotta go for. I'm gonna be the person that you've got to go for sometime with the 2020 to 2025 tracks. Tell you all about the Saturday Night KVR tracks, don't worry. Prepare to be disappointed. Potentially, yeah. That was fun. I don't know why I said that. I was responding to what Ragdoll said on stream. I claim I know them all, but I rewatch. You'll never find one that I totally forgot about. Yeah, there's definitely gonna be one. I mean, there's some tracks that I know you're just gonna know, like a Melba Circuit. Like I'm pretty sure. Like apparently at the time that was like a big track, a Melba. It was like big for being pretty bad. A Melba Circuit. Yeah. What other tracks did Melba make? There was never a big track. Everyone, I hear a lot about Melba Circuit. What tracks did Melba make Because I might have just heard the name of there a lot, relating to CTGP Classic or something. Because I knew their tracks. I know that was never in CTGP, but what MLB tracks did make it in? Oh yeah, Sunset Raceway, Rockside River. Rockside River is such a mid track. At least it's not that long. Right. Base Bash does not look that fun, but I guess it did at the time, you know. Wow, it's named after their band. That's crazy. Their band. Volcano Beach. Oh, they made the Volcano Beach tracks. Okay, I know you cheated because it took you way too long to look. You're basically my right hand man with the CTs. That's fine. That sort of stuff, like, I don't expect you to know. I know you looked at the wiki anyways. I was gonna say, did you look at the wiki for that? And what were you gonna say? No. Also, why has it always been a cookie, by the way? This is some of the weirdest, like, why is the mushroom a cookie? Is it? It's not that in the it's not that in the original, right? It's not that in the original version of Mario Kart 7, right? By the way, I don't understand why they have that Minecraft bit, and in this version it's on the mini-map. You gotta remember, Minecraft was not as big as its peak. This would have been like 2013, so it was almost at its peak. You would it was arguably, but it looks like Bed Wars, which, like, Troy in a video called it Bed Wars. They said, "Oh, Bed Wars," when it literally, I don't think Bed Wars existed or like it was mainstream back in 2013. Yeah, and I don't need Otaku Phil to tell me that Bed Wars was not a big thing back then. I mean, it was Hunger Games. That was probably what they were doing, but it just looks like, 2013 was Hunger Games, yeah, big Hunger Games, Hunger Games, Humble Games. You know, shout out to all the Humble Kings who got that ref. Humble Gaming, yeah. But yeah, 2013 was Hunger Games and just Let's Play anyway. Peak of Stampy. Let's be honest, who actually besides like the big videos, who actually just watched regular Stampy videos? Like, I want someone, and I need someone in the world who has actually watched like episodes 400 through like 700, like just the random ones where he's building a random mini game, just, you know, just that, you know, not including the specials. You know, it's like eating watermelon. It's like eating watermelon, eating the seeds, and it's like when you're eating a watermelon, you eat the seeds and spit out the watermelon. Like, it's just like nothing. Also, I eat the seeds anyway, so it just doesn't look fun. Just I didn't mind some of course, but just the fact that just the regular videos obviously kind of boring. That's kind of sucks, you know. Only the things where interesting things happened were interesting. Only things where interesting things happened made it interesting. So good move there, Sally. Really are so smart. You might be the smartest guy I ever know. A little bit. I'll watch quite a bit of Stampy. The thing was, right, let's be honest. As I was about to say, technically I was like 2 in Stampy's prime, but I was watching the videos in like I was watching the older videos in like 2016, 2017. I was a big well, my brother was a big Dan TDM fan. I was a bit of a Dan TDM fan, but I don't remember watching him much. Apparently I was. Not too long before we hit 216 hours. And I've got to play this track. Now, if you want to know what a bad track is, now have a look at this. You've already seen this track because I've already played this, but still. No, I'm not a Skylar's Minecraft kid. Oh, you were. Alright, I was a Skylar's Minecraft kid, yeah. Fair. Okay. So, basically, I started the stream off with 207 hours of speedrun on the speedrun clock, and would anyone in chat like to type what hour it is right now, and how many minutes and how many seconds? I factor in for 2 seconds or 3 seconds low, eh? A few hours. Right, a few hours. We're a few hours in. Thanks for telling me, Mal. So, an hour of track, yep. So, we're about to do, like, tonight, we're about to do a 9-hour day, which I haven't done I haven't done that in ages. I'm so glad that you were able to witness me doing a 9-hour day again. I haven't done 9 hours in ages. It takes something like an hour to speedrun every track in CTGP. Yeah, it'll be 9. Is it? To what? If it's an anime reference, talk it with Phil, because he watches a lot of anime. Oh my god, no, that's crazy. What was that? Oh my god. Oh. The fact that you went, anime game, I think I might, maybe, is lacking TVH. Wow. Is it a synonymous game? Zero Skate, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know a reference to that. I'm gonna get real with you guys, because let's be honest, you two in chat are probably the best, are probably one of the top viewers, in terms of how much you watch and how much you support. I just can't believe that I'm able to do this, you know, as much as I always joke about, like, you can always give me money, the fact that, and I know I swing between I'm not getting paid enough to the fact that I'm being paid enough, I'm being paid to do this at all is crazy, right? Because if I'm at my regular wage of like 25 cents, then apparently I'd be making like $2 today, which is a nice amount. How much would I have made as of like a few hours ago? As of 9 hours 50 of streaming, I would have made 60 cents. So I think the rates are a bit low today, maybe. Nah, Twitch takes ages to get the ad money to actually add up. But you know, I find it still kind of crazy. I've made 80. Wait, how have I managed to do that? I made $83 off Twitch, which is, you know, I didn't think at this point, right? I didn't think at this point of the speedrun, I didn't think that I would get, you know, outside. I didn't think at this point that I would get, you know, much. I thought maybe 1 sub if I'm lucky. You know, I knew I'd either make it super big or flop completely. You know, I'd either get extremely super duper big, which would only happen like 1 in a million times, or I'd flop, which, you know, gave me a lot, which put a lot of pressure on me, mainly just to do well and play the game a lot, and basically everything, you know. Obviously I joke about, oh, I'm only doing it for the money, but it's still crazy, you know, just, you know, I definitely have that size version of this fair. You know, I definitely have times I've been like, oh, I just hate this, but like, you know, I gotta remember at the end of the day, like, how crazy it is to just be able to do this anyways, you know. Genuinely, I mean it. If you're in a stream and I'm talking like, oh, I do this, just say these words, you know. Be grateful you're getting paid at all. Just say that and I'll probably just stop. It's just crazy. And it's like this always happens when it's late at night and I'm tired. I should have said the word tired because I'm early now. So yeah. Whoa! There's no way! I didn't think that would work. It's like you're simulating being drunk when you're tired. Simulating being drunk. Sometimes I feel like simulating it. Sometimes I have simulated it. In Rag's chat once I did. You know. When I'm with a family and I just you know, however you feel about this, I act so weird that that I would probably, that if I obviously I would never do this because I'm not old enough, but if I was drunk in front of them, they probably wouldn't even know. When I speedrun every version of CTGP, I speedrun every variation of CTGP. I'm sure you wouldn't want to imagine me drunk. I'd be the most annoying person drunk ever. And you want me to simulate for them for a few minutes, then I will. Whoa. Oh, jeez. If you have any questions when I'm simulating being drunk. Oh, dude, this is so weird. Riverview Square. Riverview Square. Zooted on that CTGP. What is he saying? What are you saying? What are you saying, bro? I don't understand. Hello, Leenoop4. How are you doing? How is your day been? And what are you doing watching this stream at exactly midnight your time? And are you glad that I'm returning back to the CTGP speedruns? How much bits do you have right now? And how many bits will you give me? 4 questions in 4 seconds. Alright. Alright. Nothing wrong with questioning. If it's a friendly viewer in chat, I'm out again. No, you're not out again. You're gonna stay in streamer set. We just go on. Let's have a little talk. How are you today? How is your hydration level. That's like trippy. That's actual trippy now. I'm sure real me drunk would be even more annoying than this, let's be honest. But yeah. Okay, chat. Here we go. Here we go. We're about to hit 216 hours in the speedrun. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry, chat. I'm gonna have to wait for 10 tomorrow night, ruined. Aw, I'm gonna cry, chat. I'm actually gonna cry. I'm about to do it. I'm about to do it. Oh, I'm about to do it, chat. I'm about to do it. 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 I'm 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 about to do it. Do you think I'm about to do it? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Bam! Wow, 216. I can't believe it took 1 hour per track. That's crazy. I just thought of something. It's a terrible idea. So please, I want to see something. I want to see how much percentage I gain per hour. 1 hour per track. Pick up the pace, bro. Don't worry. What's this track there? Don't worry. Now that I've got your support, I think I'll be able to do it faster. 216 speedrun hours ago, I decided to start this. I think you guys should get an interview with Sonic 9KVR after he finishes his speedrun. And he becomes even more older and even more wiser. And hopefully he doesn't do something stupid in the speedrun that gets him outed from the community. If I was doing this like humble, I'd genuinely just ignore chat. Let's say I did something really stupid, I'd honestly just ignore chat. And just as long as I get money. Can't believe Humble said that he would actually gift. Let's be honest, bro. Humble would not have gifted in my chat. Let's be honest. 100%, he's not gifting. As if he's gifting. Also, the last update before 1.03 1000 updates this track. I think basically what Bean did was say, oh no, we can't just update the tracks. We can't update any tracks. We need to just make new ones. So he probably saw the update came just then. He just thought, oh, I just have to do that now. Okay, so that's not right. I don't think I did it right. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how I can. And it also doesn't help that I'm really tired right now, and I don't think it would help. I mean, I can just. Oh, actually, let me just do this. if it was an hour, it would take, so every hour at this current pace I progress 0.042 into the speedrun. That's how much I progress in the speedrun. Every hour I progress 0.042%. So that means that if we do 10 hours, we go like 0.4, which means that every version on average is like 11.5 on a good day. You know, almost 12 hours. No way. No way, chat. What? How? Obviously, I know how long I think the speedrun is going to be, but how long do you guys think the speedrun is going to be? Just keep in mind that I may have, when I counted how many versions there are, I may have overshot them. So it could genuinely be like hundreds of hours shorter. It could genuinely be, the speedrun could genuinely be like 1.5 thousand hours instead. Yeah, a humble 1.5k. Genuinely could be that. Genuinely could happen. And at that point, by the time I'll probably be like a big streamer at that point. So I would genuinely just come to chat 2000 exactly. If I didn't hit 2,300, because I think that would be the lowest I'll go for, but I will, because I'll probably be big at that point. I will go into, I will ask chat, I'll make a Google form, how, basically what's the most, like what's the longest I can do, sorry, no, what, give me a speedrun category, give me a version to speedrun and I'll do it, you know, you give me a version in the Google form and I'll speedrun it, because I'll have a bunch of extra versions, unless Mr. Bean pulls a 2020 and starts updating starts updating like every month from now on. It gives me a bunch of extra versions, but I think 2000 exactly is yeah, no, not happening. Okay, it would be crazy though if I stopped the timer at 2k flat, but you know what the issue is? I want this speedrun, right, to be as long as possible, because it means that I have more time playing the speedrun and stuff. But I'm thinking, right, you know what my thought process is, right? The big thing is, I don't like playing the pre 1.031 thousand versions at all. So what is probably going to happen is every code update after 1.031 thousand I'll play, because basically after 1.031 thousand, that's when the speedrun gets substantially better. I'd say right now this version's like a 5 out of 10. But yeah, I'm considering just playing all the code updates, because what will either happen is I overshoot, which will be fine, because if I realise I've overshot, then I'll just play less. I'll just won't play more code updates and stuff. But for example, little channel fixes and stuff, like I could have made this version like 3 versions, but I'm not going to. It's not worth it. But there will be a point in time where I do that, and it won't be as bad as people think. Now, some would say that's torture, but playing this exact version of CTGP 3 times without any changes at all, that would be torture. Okay. Yeah, it's crazy. How much percentage 1 hour is. I mean, not really. I just had a thought. Right. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna cut and paste it. Okay. What if how long would it take if the speedrun was 1,000 hours? We would be 42% in. At 1,000 hours, we'd be 42% in, which isn't a lot. You waiting? Yeah, I'm waiting to do that until the tracks are bearable. Not more bearable at all. I'll be honest. And here's the second honest part of this stream. I hate these tracks. I hate these with a burning passion. Most people are like, oh, lovely CTGP. We all love classic CTGP tracks because CTGP classic, because it's all nostalgia. Number one, this version came out when I was 1 year old. I was not even 2 when this version came out. This version came out. I was just about 1 year old because this version came out in May. And the overall tracks ended up coming out in like January 2014, right? So another funny thing is when you play the same tracks for when you play 3,000 old tracks, it doesn't feel like a fun thing to do anymore. It just feels like bad tracks, you know. For example, Troy's CTGP Classic video is great, but what if he played, you know, 5,000 races of old tracks? There's going to be a point where the novelty wears off, and that is exactly how I feel right now. It just feels like I'm playing bad tracks for a long time. And 1.03 1000 is not. I'm not excited. Mainly, I'm not really that excited because of the fact that I have to play old tracks, newer tracks. It's also that I'll be able to lose bad tracks as well. And 1000 is a godsend because I'll be losing 50 old tracks, which all suck. Because why would being remove the good tracks? You know, why would the track council do that? I mean, you know. So you get what I mean, Mal? Because it's when it comes to the speedrun, if you think about it, it's very different concept than like other things. Because if you think about it, right, 1.03 1000 is such a massive update that it blows everything out of the water in proportion. The quality of life after that update is going to be so increased, you won't believe it. Like, you know what I mean, right? When I say why I want to wait for 1.03 1000, do you understand? Called you the goat when, where and when, where. Just now, when, where. I meant where, not when, because he said you just go. Oh my god, 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 no way. He actually called me the goat. Just going to his DMs. Hey, you called me the goat earlier. Look what I put in DMs, by the way. Yeah, 1000 gem. Yeah, the 1000 is the gems, and that means we've got digging. Yes, exactly. And he mentioned Card City Chaos. I don't know why, but okay. Because Card City Chaos, that's like the King Boo Gaming equivalent. That's like this. It's actually just me. But yeah, it is the meme of the guy digging for diamonds. Don't quit after your big win, you know. Yeah. This is it is because it's such a monumental update that after that, for the next few versions, I'll spend the time celebrating the update. And also 1058. If I get LAN play to work, that'll be the best. Because you know why? because you've got to factor something else in, right? By the time I get to these things, it will take time, right? I will probably have more Twitch followers and more people willing to play. So that will probably mean that, let's say December time, which is super. Let's just say, even though I was probably not 1.03 1058. It's not, but we'll just use it as an example. I will probably have like twice the amount of followers, a bunch more people who are willing to play, and that'll be the time where I can say, hey, I can actually play, and we can just, you know, and rooms are customizable at that point, so we could even do like stuff with free gift subs, like, you know, if you want to, if people want to, we could do like a 32 track thing, and then whoever does the best gets a free sub, or if they're already subbed can choose who to give their sub to. Stuff like that is just great, you know, because the opportunities you get when you become a big streamer is great. Thank you. You should have just said check DMs and I would have known. You just said check DMs, way, but alright. Really, that's some exciting stuff that I'm seeing right now. That's exciting stuff that I'm looking at right now. What the hell is that? What the hell is that track? I should know that track. I will know that track soon. But what is that? What is that last track? What's Skygrove? Might as well just say, what's Skygrove? What's it like? I might recognise it. I think it's easier if I just look at it. Don't worry, I've already looked. I looked at it in mid-race, actually. I already have it open right now. But yeah. Now you could even play. It doesn't matter how good you are or bad you are. Why don't you could start practicing now, and you could theoretically, right? Theoretically, you could just download CTGP 1.03 1058, grind out all the tracks, learn all the tracks, and then you could just beast everyone, theoretically. Rusty run. Competitive players only. Remove Anthill and Apian Apartments? Really? What's the biggest? Remove DK Jungle Tour. Remove Mario Castle Raceway. Wow. Didn't they do that? I swear they did that only. But yeah, if you wanted to, Mal, theoretically, if you're really interested in it, I could send you a link to, I could get you a link of 1.03 1058 if you give me your, on Discord. I could send you I could send you, you know, the version that the version that will work with LAN, and then theoretically what could happen was you can play what? You can play online with it. So not you play online, you learn all the tracks, you get better at the game, you learn all the tracks, and theoretically you could just win and get a bunch of, and then you could theoretically gift subs, but you don't have to pay for it, which is peak unemployment. Am I right, chat? No one in my chat is employed, I'm pretty sure. Right now. No, but some employed person's probably just gonna pop in, and some fast time chat's just gonna pop in and say, hey, I'm employed. I chose to gift myself. That's true. You could get a free sub yourself just for learning that. And you can also, I think I am unemployable. Interesting. I think I might give the free tier 1 a shift around, because I realise that I'm not made that much of money, and that theoretically, I think I might just get rid of it after. I think I might get rid of it in maybe a good few weeks. You know, I'll say that maybe if someone hits 100k, I'll reconsider it and move it to playing online for, you know, being good at the game instead of being a chud and watching the streams. You can be a chud and be good at the game. How about that? Because let's be honest, Mal, if you watch until that point, you could probably gift like 3 people subs just from channel points, which wouldn't be that fun. You know, I feel like to the point where people could literally just, you know, spam gifts, and that wouldn't be too fun, you know, as a streamer. But you know, it just wouldn't be that great, you know. Yeah, there's gonna be a point where you run out of people to gift to, and it just kind of gets awkward. Thanks, WeWeep15 for the follow. I just have a feeling that you're not exactly that you happen to be more _Mao_SR on Twitch. I just have a feeling, a slight feeling, that you happen to be in some way connected, you could say. You know, that's the nicest way of me saying it, really. Thank God. Oh, please, I can't wait. I really want CTGP to remove Aura Metropolis, right? It's overstayed its welcome completely. I'm gonna say it now. I'll say it again. The track is super just unfun. It's super empty. I've had someone said, Doodle said, CTR Doodle, RIP by the way, some peace CTR. Doodle said that that CTR, that Aura Metropolis felt like a liminal space. Should a track in CTGP feel like a liminal space? I think there's a big spike everywhere for Aura Metropolis. Yeah, I think everyone hates Aura Metropolis, let's be honest. Oh, from a competitive standpoint, apparently Aura Metropolis is a good track, and Anthill and Apian Apartments sucks. But I think overall, I think people hate Aura Metropolis from all players. Yeah, I think that's the most. I think that's the worst. Yeah, Aura Metropolis is the worst rated track in CTGP, which is kind of crazy. Overall, for all players, it's the worst rated track, which I completely understand. It's one of those tracks where it's just like, it's not great. It was alright in 2020, but is it alright now, you know? And it was pretty lackluster, let alone now. But yeah. What? That's ridiculous. That's actually ridiculous. No, it does not. But it does have it did have a track called Yoshi Mountain, which is pretty skibbity, if I say so myself. Oh, you joined on this one when Humble King came in. Let me tell you something, chat. And it might shock you, in case you didn't realise. I'm going to have to play. There is one track that I'm going to play in CTGP that does not have any item boxes. Yeah, it still made it in. The track is a Spy Kid track. It is Aquania by Spy Kid. Its first version did not have item boxes. Not every track has an item box, has any item boxes in CTGP 1.03.10.12, which is crazy. How do you forget to add item boxes? Come on game, come on Chadders, Chadsoft even. I meant to say Chadsoft, not Chadders. Come on, Chadsoft, fix it. Fix your game. Or get Spy Kid too, seeing as he made the track. How dare Spy Kid do that? I just don't understand what's happening in the direction of CTGP, you know. My biggest issue, I see there's a Google spreadsheet that I know that shows what CTGP track updates will be. In fact, it says we know exactly, basically, exactly what the tracks are, what the updates are, and we have downloads to the updates. And I must say, this is crazy, because the craziest thing I feel about that is it just doesn't, do people vote on that? So what they've started doing now, because CT Worldwide's dead, or were dead, was they had a track count, of course, but they had weekly, they had by year, they had a vote once every 2 years, basically. You could vote for which tracks to get added, which tracks to get removed. So it also, a large part of it also depends on CT Worldwide data, which Bean hasn't been able to have much of for a while now, because of obviously the lack of CT Worldwide. So they've just been returning tracks, which I feel like is their way of saying yeah, you've done us in. And seeing that I know this, I actually am pretty annoyed, if anything. I'm almost annoyed. Oh, that's Skygrove. Yeah, I thought I'd recognise it. If anything, I'm a bit annoyed about the changes that they made to CTGP, and I think it's not great. I think the changes that were made was not a great idea. But what are they gonna do anyways? I mean, Skygrove is not great. It's just so basic. But in general, like, glorified. My issue with a lot of the returning tracks is the tracks are just not fun. If you are going to, let's be honest, right? As much as CTR exists, and we were trying to help CT Worldwides, CTGP is basically waving the white flag, and I'll be honest, I kind of want to. The thing is, because of the stuff that's happened in Track Council, I don't get a say. I don't have basically my opinion. Glorified sounds like a decent type of a word, yeah. That doesn't sound that bad for a thing. Because I was super young, I was like 11 years old in the track testers thing, I basically, no matter what I say, it doesn't matter what the circumstances are, it doesn't matter how anything is. You just won 2 GSC matches, qualified for the finals. That's actually W, bro. Mad respect. That's crazy. You're actually good at the game. Congrats, dude. I really want to be vocal about what is wrong with CTGP, especially what's happening now. Because let's be honest, they gave up. They've basically given up. They have not added a new track since January, and the next update is not gonna add any new tracks. Oh no, actually no, I'm wrong. They made Iron. No, they actually added Ironwood and Emerald Coast, a track from 2015, 2016 by Squadley. But besides that, the last track that was properly added was Cumin Conundrum in. Yeah, so basically, very few tracks being added. This latest update, apparently a bunch of tracks have been, done over, and returning. And I don't know how to feel about that. Now, am I happy? I still don't know yet. I don't have... Knowing that the next update is going to be what it is, I don't know whether I'm happy or not. Because I wouldn't mind, especially the first track that's going to be returned, I'm completely fine with that track returning. If anything, I like it. The second track, I don't know, yeah. The next two, yeah. The last track, no, I don't like it. They basically just don't know what they want. Yeah, Resway. The competitive community wants Resway in. They want that. It's coming back. Lunar Spaceway is the only track, and Comet Starway a bit. This is the only track that I think, yes, this actually deserves. You know what the thing is though? Kane the Snowman gets to Boshing. Kane the Snowman gets to have their name everywhere because the fact that they're doing these small updates. But yeah. This crazy. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please, 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 please. Please happen, please happen. Oh, it's in limbo. Damn it. It needs to come. I better see Six King Labyrinth 1.4. That is one of the biggest turn-offs of playing CTGP. Alright, you don't know why. I'm sorry I peaked everyone's mic. That's how angry I am, but it's like 11:30. Look, listen. That track has not been updated since 2011. Alright? I don't care about that. What I care the most about now is that track is that track being updated would be great because it would be a big track. It'd be a big track that would be great. Sorry, what am I even saying? I'm just saying with words. That track is still in. It's been in since 2011 with no big updates, and Bean hasn't updated the track. There have been so many updates. Bean still sticks. So if the track council managed to push for 1.4, that would be great. And for one main reason, and that's it will stop bean corners. It will decrease system lag. Those are the biggest things that really push it. But I'm not looking right now, but these tracks and that need fixes, I'm completely fine with some of them. Come on. Kirio Dreadway. That's not getting into CTGP, let's be honest, bro. Kirio Dreadway is not making it in. But completed needs minor fixes. These are the sort of things that I'm interested for. There are no major updates, but there are some minor updates, which is cool, I guess. But the sort of tracks that we are expecting: Comet Starway, Forsaken Mansion, Lunar Spaceway, Resway 2, Sky Grove, which are going to be for the next online test. That is crazy. That is wild. I cannot believe it. Courier Dreadway needs so many fixes. Oh, hi Tara. I'm just having a look at the CTGP backroom informational page, and it has a lot of interesting stuff on it. Do you know what I mean? Do you have a link for it? Because I can send you one if you want. This is crazy stuff. This is actual crazy. This is some generational stuff that I'm seeing. I can't believe some of this stuff. And I have the link in one. I'm curious. Yeah. Look at, so obviously, right, there's a lot of difference to the latest updates. Have a little look at the first two things. Have a look at the updates and like the tracks that, you know, need fixes and stuff like that. It's crazy the sort of the direction that CTGP's heading for. I don't know how to feel yet. Some tracks look okay. Some tracks I'm fine with returning. Other tracks I don't want returning at all. Where's that? But every track that's going to be in that update is going to be returning. That's the worst part, Tara. There are not going to be any new tracks in that update. They're all going to be returning tracks. That's my least favourite part. I don't like that. Go to the tracks. Go to the second page, the backlog. Now, you know what sucks? They're also going to do Forsaken Mansion, which I hate that track. I hate V2 of that. That V2 of that track sucks, right? And now, by the way, red means next online test. But I am not excited. So there's only one thing that I'm excited for. No new tracks. That's popular because they removed because they weren't popular. Yep. You know what the worst thing is, right? Yeah, the worst thing is, this is for the competitive audience. People in the competitive in lounge said, they genuinely sat down and said, yes, we want to play, we really want to play Resway 2. We really want to play that track. That track's just the best. That track's the best thing ever. And we'd always want to play it. So what? Or did they now? Or did they know? Well, yeah, because they had to know. The only good thing that we're getting out of this, and it's really bad. By the way, Old Thunder City is getting in. Old Thunder City is coming back. That is the craziest thing as well. Like, I have no words for that. As well as Old Rooster Island. Like, come on, get it together, CTGP. Also, they're adding a Wii U track now. You know, a few years late. But 16 Labyrinth is actually going to finally get updated. I'm not kidding. I'm so glad CTR's dead and I've not got to think about them updates. I want to watch CTGP just fail from that. Listen, Tara. The only good part about that, which is still in limbo and needs fixes, is 16 Labyrinth v1.4. Why am I saying that? Because the only thing that's good about that is there are not going to be any bean corners on that track after 15 years. This 15 years. The track that is, the version of the track that is in current CTGP is older than me by over a year. Yeah, take a guess. Complete shutdown. I think Switch was a good thing. CTGP has proper focus and direction. But come on, like, Ding Ding shut down the whole thing. But you know what sucks? I would rather CTGP takes a full reset and just comes back to the days where, like, 2015 and stuff, where you'd have like updates every couple weeks. Is that because I think I miscounted the speedrun time? Maybe. But I bet you Resway is going to get removed very quickly. They're going to realise how bad it is and replace it with something else. That's the sad thing. Bean can't do that. How much control do we think Bean actually has over CTGP? He does not have like any control anymore. You know, he really needs to. You know, someone near him needs to have a sit down with him. On track, unfortunately, that's this day I can never defend was Forest Creek. Can't think about what track that is. I'll have a look at that. I've heard that name definitely. It sucks. Someone close to Bean needs to just tell him that he needs to gain control back. You know, I just can't believe that I'm open to it just not as it's coming back as it currently is. Yeah, I'll have a look at it at Forest Creek. I can't picture that track, but the fact that Bean does not have freedom and hasn't had freedom for like a good 5 years now, or like 4 or 5 years, sucks. I mean, I didn't mind, right, when CTGP updated like once per month if it meant that it was going to be nice in 2020. What else are you supposed to do in 2020? Not wait for CTGP to update? But there's so many things that you just can't defend in this. I can't think of what this track. I can't think. Oh, it's that one. That's Forest Creek. Yeah, that one. If it's a big overhaul, yeah. Yeah. There's just so many stupid things. Come on, CCGP. Get it together. Sort it out, CCGP. Like, or just stop. I would rather that CTGP would just instead of even trying, just stops. Just actual, please stop. I would rather it stops. 100%. I'd rather CTGP stops than continue the path it's going down, because that spreadsheet is so crazy that it has. That's crazy. Of course I'm downloading that. In case someone here is watching and wants to kick me off the spreadsheet, I'm gonna have a look at this. Do not worry. I'm gonna study this, because I feel, you know what? It sucks that I did all this stuff when I was like 11 years old in the track council, because I was terrible. But if we get this kind of thing again, then I'm gonna make a video on it. Please. If I hadn't done what I did, you know, like years ago, you know, really bad stuff, you know, just being, well, not really bad stuff, but, you know, just being a stupid little kid, and in CCGP track testers, the track council would actually probably respect me, and I would have a time, I would be able to express my thought. Do you not think my thought matters, especially the most in this speedrun? Because remember, this speedrun, I'm playing every single version of CTGP. There's no blinded by nostalgia. There's no blindness, and it's just flat out. But yeah, if it was in any other time constraint history, it'd be forgivable. But we live in times of constraint abundance now. Directions clear. They don't want new. They never did. Yeah. Literally, the only new tracks they're adding are tracks that, you know, we all knew were gonna be in like 50 distributions, like Human Conundrum. We know that's like the new Candy Coaster, you know. That's the viral 2025 custom track, you know. That track has been around like mainstream for so long now. The thing is, it takes CCGP like a year to actually add stuff. To make their big update, it takes so long anyways. You know what, I don't even know whether I want to I think I might actually, unless, and I mean it, if Bean doesn't do something, he's not going to do anything for his birthday, but I don't even know how to feel, because obviously you know, the sort of stuff that's been happening with yeah, that's how I feel. The sort of stuff that's been happening with Retro Rewind and AI and everything, and Bean hasn't been doing his birthday streams, and now, I mean, obviously these are our initial reactions. We don't know how the tracks are, you know. We don't know. All we're seeing is what will be added and what will be changed. I'd be rather if I do anything to hack back. The thing is, right? Yeah. There's CCGP is only really for time trials and comp players, but what are they gonna do? How are they gonna allocate for time trials anyways? How do you allocate for a time trial? For CTGP, you know, it's just a big issue, because what are you supposed to do for that? You know, you can't just make tracks that people would want a TT. That's how Human Conundrum was, you know. I wouldn't be surprised. I think adding back old tracks is fine, but I think the combination of old and super new tracks just don't fit. I think the state of CCGP as a whole as someone who has been playing CTGP on and off for 6 years, and mainly, you know what the big thing is as well, 6.5 years, I've also been doing this speedrun, and obviously I'm not up to new tracks, but I can tell that even though everything, the CTGP tracks have been picked, the tracks that have been picked for the pack, it's just so dull. Like, the tracks, is it bad, right, that in CT Worldwides I feel like there's just not enough good tracks to pick. Like, my alts are just tracks that I play that other people would already know. Like, is that not a concern? The fact that my default tracks are really just played tracks, or tracks that I played a lot, you know. That just sucks, you know. I think the only good thing that's going to come from that is we're going to get Lunar Spaceway again, which I think is not that big of a thing. Lunar Spaceway is a good track. It's definitely track of 2012, but what is it after that? You know, it doesn't fit in a 2025 pack, a 2026. It'll be a 2027 update for CTGP. You know, I feel like CTGP has had all its life sucked away, which is the whole point of CTGP. It's the whole point of CTGP, to have a nice thing. If I'm being completely honest, I'm only enjoying it because I've been playing it with you and Joy, and I just don't know most of the tracks well enough to do so. I'm having fun because it's fresh, not because the tracks are good. Yeah. So when you play, I've played a bunch of tracks over time, and I know basically all of those tracks, and I'm going to tell you now, it might be one of the worst things. Now, more are decent, I will say, but when tracks like Sinister come up, makes me question everything I stand up to. Yeah, like, you know what the thing is about CTR? That kind of, CTGP, if they hadn't gone in the direction of competitive play, CTR would actually be an easier attempt. The fact that the CTGP updates were what they are is indirectly killed CTR before it even started, because tracks like Cumin Conundrum are gonna turn off new players. You know, tracks like that are people are not gonna want them. People are not gonna want to play them. You know, what do casual people care? Like, super casual people care about playing Sky Grove again, you know. Like, the fact that it's being tailored, like, the whole point of CTR, right, is we get the general public to play CT Worldwides again. If it says like this, I've used I might have to change it. It might. Luckily, right, you know what's great, Tara? I found out something. We could theoretically use the LAN mode on CTGP. So by the time CTGP becomes a train wreck, we could jump ship to 2018 CTGP, have an escape for about 6 months while streaming it as much as possible. And then, while we do that, we can think. So you know what my big issue is? As the worst thing is, as a streamer, as a player, it's like, oh well, just play a new pack, you know. You know what the issue is? As a streamer, how am I supposed to, like, how am I supposed to, you know, enjoy making money off a pack that I really hate, you know? And CTR itself is kind of killed. It was killed by the updates, you know. I don't want to play something. I don't want to be playing 2,400 hours or something, or 2,300 hours max of something that I don't like. Which is what the best thing about old CTGP is. I only have to play about 100 hours of really mid CTGP, because as soon as the update stopped, you can tell the takeover and the life came out of the pack, you know. CTR Crash Team Racing. No, it's a CT Worldwide revival. And me and some friends just kind of decided we want to revive CT Worldwides. But there's an issue, and the big issue, which I tried to ignore the whole time, was between us for now. Well, here's the fun thing. By the time we actually have nowhere to go, right? There's gonna be one thing. The speedrun will still be going on for a while. You gotta remember the speedrun's gonna be going on for like another year and a half if I'm on this pace. So if that's an actual suggestion, right, and not just a joke, which is obviously a joke, but if you wanted to have something like that, it could theoretically happen, you know, as an us thing. But we'd need a bigger friend circle to make it work instead of just a 1v1. Because come on, who wants to 1v1 all the time? That's the only thing. But CTR kind of is. It doesn't help how competitive tracks are the ones that are returning. Because what does a new player, a super casual player in like 4K, 5K, what do you think they care about Jungle Cliff returning? You know, it's a joke, but it's also kind of serious. I mean, when I first got it was a mod with literally 3 people. It was so much fun. 3 people in TTs. Yeah, I'm genuinely not kidding. I would be completely down to that. There are a lot of tracks that I think like play well but just don't look great. And you know what's great about that? We're CT creators. If there's a track that we don't like, we can just update it. We can, you know, we can do stuff to it. You know, obviously with author permission. But there are actual tracks. There is. I always longed to have a mod that I just want to play. As long as the terms are there, yeah. I'll be honest, right? Hit me up after CTGP speedruns, and I'll consider it. We need to give it, or even just, you know, during it. If we ever do it, there needs to be some immense thought in this, because theoretically, right? It depends on how big the channel is. If the Twitch is really good, yeah. Think about it more. Just put it all in a Google Doc, all ideas, because I don't want this to be a sort of rash thing though. Don't just jump into this. We gotta think more about what's happening. True, very true. I think she's in an ad right now, probably. A proposal like I was in college. Yes, do that. The issue is, I'm not sure, and it's the big thing. It's the kryptonite, and the best part about this and the kryptonite of it. What will stream do about it, right? Is stream gonna flop? Based on how Hackpack goes, I wonder if I will turn to be bigger than imagined. I mean, it depends on how good Hackpack is. Hackpack will be good if it's good. If there's one bad thing from ZPL, then everyone's just... The thing is, right, there's so many packs now that people can just do that it kind of sucks. The thing is, right, Atara, is, and mine was potential. It had the potential. It definitely had the potential. If 1000 came out later, it definitely had potential. Back then. You know, now, it does have potential still. Because you've got such a big fan base. Like, let's say Shavis. I mean obviously, you know, he's and Picra and stuff. It's not, you know, they could always just move over to Hackpack if they think it's good, you know. Yeah, Tara, the biggest thing that I have to worry about is how will chat do? It's streams and content. Yeah, we can't play Rewind because it goes everything to stand for. Most players are CTGP, but I think the West Indies pop up every half a year. There's legit days where my pull on the community surprises me. But yeah, the issue is like the issue. Everything leads back to how is chat going to react to this, right? Because technically this will be more accessible than CTGP, but the thing is, how much are chat willing to play? Because if I don't, because I want to be dedicated to something. Now I've found something to be dedicated to, but I'm gonna need, like, you know, like I'm gonna need like at least like 30 average viewers, you know, at least 20-30 average viewers for our own CT pack, to even stand a chance, you know, to even have a chance at having worldwide rooms open, because this is, unless it really flies off, it'll have the exact issue of the reason why I stopped CT Worldwide mainly. I'm sat here streaming, trying to entertain as much people as possible. I'm sat here streaming. I'm sat here waiting for a CT Worldwide. I'm sat here waiting for stuff for you know, for a long time. You know, there are hours where, like, you know, there's been nothing online. There's been nothing online for CT Worldwide, and I've just got to try and improvise. I've got to try and do something, because I want to do something, but I can't. What I'm going to do right now is stop this. That's why I stooped so low that I deleted new CTGP, downloaded old version, gave up had the opportunity and gave up needing to play on GameCube controller and decided, yeah, I'm just gonna play on nunchuck. That's how dedicated I am to this speedrun. That's how much I hated streaming CT Worldwide. If I don't like something, I'm gonna change it, you know. And expect that, you know, in case of stuff happening, you know. There's definitely gonna be a point in time where, like, it's like one of those things. Yeah, if you hate doing something, it makes bad streams. You know, CT Worldwide, yeah, it does. I have done the right thing, because I couldn't live another month if I just kept on playing CT Worldwide. You know, as much as obviously it's good for the pack. Do you think the pack? Do you think they even care at this point? Because we're merely. If you think about it, right? I was there. You know, slaving away 80 hours on stream roughly, playing CT Worldwides. What have we done? Barely made a dent. We haven't, like, this is like 2,300 races. Like, that's not enough. That's not alive enough for it being in shadow. Just the CTGP in general to be updated enough. You know, because of that. I'm genuinely thinking it's not alive enough, but being even did. It did more than I think. It probably did do more, but I got more people excited. I made people happy, but I wasn't happy, and that made me want to stop. Being in council, but it's council, yeah. I think the only council member, unless Applelash is on council, who's the only person who, Abilash, only person who actually plays who actually played CT Worldwide and said I was cool. The only person throughout that whole time, at least of names I recognise on the council, was one of the worst members on the council. I think we both know who that is. Anyways, and he was with a lounge player, and then I was getting like TS and stuff, and that was really not fun. You know, CTR did a thing, but the thing isn't gonna evolve enough, because they're kind of just killing us. You know, it's super awkward, because online stats is dead. Obviously, Bean is, you know, actually observant, and he knows, right, if something's happened with CTR, who even cares at this point? You know, who even cares what happens to it? Because at the end of the day, it's custom track worldwide, and all I know is that it's just gonna stop. Old council didn't care for me. I don't know anything about new council. You don't want to know about new council. There's a real reason why Fernandra Frostbite and whatever other I Swear Chris track didn't make it in CTGP for like, only lasted for like a little bit. There's a reason why. He didn't just pull it out because he thought, I don't know. There was a real reason why I Swear Chris had major issues with the track council, with new track council. You know, it's not. He didn't just pull out his tracks. He didn't just because he felt like it. There were, you know, genuine problems. I mean, I wasn't there. If you want to ask anything, ask Tara. I mean, I don't really know much about it, and she probably doesn't know much about it. If I was applied to council, I think genuinely, if I was to apply to council now, given how much I've come to CTI, I think that alone wouldn't let me in. I do like the council team. They're not good people at heart. They're not people at heart. The decisions are not just not good. When I've had problems on IC tracks, I just tell them and leave them alone. Yeah, the amount of apparently there was a lot of issues with the council and stuff with ISC, and it was you know, it was so bad to the point where, you know, he just took his tracks out. If he doesn't want to fix them, cool. I just won't put him in. Yeah. It's like Revive Flash, Delphina Dream, yeah. I've seen County Noggin very much toxic, yeah. Yeah, that's just the sort of thing that ended up happening. Just near an item set, oh, yeah. Yeah, just ISC and, you know, everything. I feel like if you want to fix that before an item set, I swear you just put like a really temporary fix. So please don't slime me out, Tara, because this is what I did on Snowy Loop. You just put key checkpoint and then the position tracker doesn't desync for a bit. I think that's probably the easiest way of doing it. But yeah, I think the mental part of it, I think, was where it started. Mental health was a big factor at the time, so I genuinely don't think it was a case of either at fault, just right place, wrong time. Yeah, probably. The thing is, I like the speedrun. I'm having fun with the speedrun, but I'm now having to deal with what next, you know. And you know, and I'm gonna throw this out there, you know. I'm gonna pull, you know, I'm gonna throw some proper niche reference that no one really knows, right? Yeah, bits here and there from both sides. Yeah. Right. So, I'm gonna compare this to the Beatles. Okay, just hear me out, chat. Hear me out. So, I'm gonna wait for the ad to stop, actually, because only some of you guys are watching without ads. I'm gonna lower the rates just so I can actually talk a bit, you know, to chat. But Ty, can you hear me right now? Or are you in an ad? Can you hear me? Just trust me. There is a reason that I would compare this speedrun to that. It sounds stupid. Well, you're not Tara. She's not subbed. There's a genuine reason why I feel like I can do this, right? So I had an ad, so I don't know what you're on about. I waited for your ad to finish, that's why. So, and just hear me out. I'm going to compare what to do after this stream, what to do after the speedrun to the breakup of the Beatles, right? Just trust me. So, I've spent a lot of time doing this speedrun. That's where all my fame, hopefully, all my short-lived fame will come from. The question is now, what next? Now, I'm gonna pretend that I'm in the mind of Paul McCartney, right? And what did he do? He went and just his solo career, right? All of them had a solo career, but what he did, that was crazy, by the way. Whatever that means in your case. Well, not only did he just have a solo career, you know, he wanted to spend time away from, you know, big things, you know, like he was there living in a farm in Scotland, you know. He had freedom to do whatever he wanted to do, you know. He made the Ram album, you know, while you know, a bunch of, you know, troubles were going on, you know, and if I could achieve that sort of thing, I would go for it, but I don't think it would be possible, you know. But you never know. Because obviously, right, the stream is a big thing, and if it means that I have to stop streaming, I'm not sure, but basically, if I do that, and it would be a proper risk, but I'm a risk taker, and I've took so many risks that have led me to this path that I don't even care. I would go basically cold turkey, and just practically after this, you know, after this run's over, you know, just go straight to working on a pack, you know. Obviously, do a bit of CTGP and move on to the pack. If that's something that I enjoy, then I'll enjoy it, right? That's how it is. Yeah, start typing up some stuff, some ideas. I'll start typing some stuff up, and I'll tell you some ideas that I have, Tara. So, thing is with tracks, I've played. Obviously, I won't be able to get you true. Well, no, because I have to tab out. I can just talk though, which is a lot easier. Any ideas will work. Or listen to the stream, because I can just talk, which is a lot easier than having to quickly write something, lose time. So I don't care. We're talking about it. We're talking about this on stream. Because I'm a yapper as well, so it works completely fine. So, I think the biggest thing is what tracks I want to play. You know, that's the biggest. That's a big part of a distribution. Tracks. If I, you know, I mean, Sonic Track Pack, dead. Sonic Track Pack's dead. Yeah, Walking Dead. Sonic Track Pack is obviously a dead pack. It hasn't been updated in like a year and a bit, and that's because I didn't have anyone else to help me. If I have someone like Tara, it's a lot better. Right? Let's say I have just anyone in general who knows tracks and stuff, who knows how to make tracks, who could update a track, you know, fix bugs on something. Like, let's say I can't pick a track because of certain testing issues, it sucks. But if I have a partner, you know how many things, and this isn't even related to it, how many things could be let me think about what could be upgraded because of that. I would be able to make we would be able to make our own decision. We'll be able to make decisions together, therefore probably making a stronger decision. We'd be able to, you know, she was on track council at one point, which definitely helps. And we're both track creators, so any sort of, you know, bugs or stuff in tracks, we could always just help update. I would have track experience by playing all this CTGP. So, you know, I feel like it worked kind of well. I mean, if it comes to tracks, there's so many just things I need to think about when I think about tracks. I think, and I don't care what you guys think. I think there are some Kozakura tracks with some really good potential. Like, I feel like if me and Tara got on a few Kozakura tracks, we could make them great. Right? I would genuinely want to update some Koza tracks and put some in the pack, because I'm gonna be honest, they're great. That's the fundamental main thing. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Fair. I mean, I've got to be honest. I've got to admit to the fact that obviously I'm not going to be the one who I'm obviously not going to be the one who hi Peachy. It's quite obvious, right? I'm not, when it comes to like track creation, I'm not going to have any of my stuff in. You know, I know that I'm not gonna have my stuff in, and it was a big thing with Sonic's Strat Pack and originally Mario Fan Strat Pack. We have Sonic tracks in, which killed a lot of it. Nice. I would genuinely be willing. You know what's good about some stuff, Tara? We could, you know, you're a skilled track creator. I'm alright. I'm an alright track creator. I can port tracks, you know. you know, if there's a track that we want, or like a version of a track that we want, like we want a version of, like, let's say this track, Snares Bowser Castle 2, let's say we wanted a version of this completely in our control, well, we can make one, you know. We have the freedom to make one, and that's the good thing, you know, about being trackers and doing that, you know. And, you know, as long as I have a good enough following to where I can average, so to where people can be interested, then that's it, you know. If I push it and that's all I do, and people want to play with me, then they'll just play, and then they'll just do it. Because I feel like people would be interested in playing with me in the CTGP speedruns, so I think it would also help doing stuff like that. But it would need to be something really big, making a pack, because if it's something small, then, you know, it's just really bad, you know. If it's like a 20, if it's like you only got, like, you know, 64 tracks, no stock pulsar, stock UI, that's the sort of stuff that I think, yeah, no, I'm not touching that. I don't like opening that can of worms when it comes to that sort of stuff, and that's my issue with making packs. I really want to, you know, and if Tara, you come up with some great ideas, I would love to, but I'm just gonna preface this now. There's gonna be a lot of tracks in the next, like, year and a half. And there's gonna be a lot of what if there is a pack in another year and a half that just works, you know? That's also another thing. That's a thing to note. But as long as we get like 3 or 4 people, like, actually, like, involved, that's all I need, really. You know, I'm used to playing small CT worldwides. You know, I remember Mario Fans Trap Pack V1.2, even though I worked on, like, basically everything. I remember how great it was, because what we used to do as a team was we used to just play together a lot. We used to have, like, public beta and stuff. It was like, wow. In fact, we were streaming a 1.2 beta, and someone randomly off the wiki said, I'm trying to join but it isn't working, because we didn't expect. That was probably the craziest thing to me. Someone actually wanted to play the track, and someone wanted to play the pack, so we decided we're gonna make it a beta and fix stuff. So we made a beta, and yeah, that's how we updated it. But when it comes to making a pack with Tara, I am open for it, but I'm gonna need, I have, like, ages to think, really, because, you know, the speedrun, we all know that's not going to just be done overnight. It would be done over, like, 96 nights. So, I'm sorry that this app is getting nowhere, by the way. I'm sorry that this app is actually getting nowhere. I'm basically just talking about why I wouldn't want to, and not any ideas. I do want to, but the thing is, I gotta be in here with caution. I need some big caution with stuff like stream. I found my favourite Earth globe comment from mine. So anyway, just initial reaction, but I need to see evidence. Well, the thing is, right, if we... The thing is, by the time anything is actually, like, bad, if you don't like that CTGP update in, like, January, I'll probably be soon on a version of CTGP where we could connect a LAN game together, and, you know, we could play on, like, we could 1v1, like, you know, for however long like that. And then, you know, we have, like, at least, like, another year and a half. CTGP could change for the better or for the worse. Xmas update is my final straw, I think. Well, the thing is, we don't really. It's just kind of a waiting game for a bit. I'm gonna say my final answer is whatever happens after the speedrun. If anything really bad happens, then yeah, this is I use Shadow's Music Pack V2. It's a very big pack, so if you see like Mario Kart Wii players, they probably play this. I'm kind of waiting because I've also got other stuff in the middle. Yeah, it's more difficult for you than me because I've got a thing that I can do for another 2,000 hours roughly. Yeah, another 2,000 hours. So it's easier for me to just say, oh yeah, this is fine. For you, it's obviously an issue. It's hard to remember a Minecraft server to start a series. It's the Velvet. No, it's not. It's Margaret's theme. It's not Blues in the Velvet Room. It's Margaret's theme. A Velvet Room is Blues in the Velvet Room. That's like this Shadow's Music Pack Lab 2 usually. I want to get a job out of you in less time. Well, yeah, true. The thing is, right, at the end of the day, it's a Mario Kart Wii pack. We have no clue where it's going to go in the grand scheme of things. I think the biggest thing, Tara, is when I eventually get to a version where I can play LAN and play with other people without connecting to WiiFi with direct connection and stuff, that would already be good. That's already good, right? That's already fine. But what would be better is if well, in that time, right, we'd have so much time to just think about, like, how's let's say there's a new CTGP update happening. We can literally just think about what that CTGP update is going to be about and see what the thing is with it. There's so much more stuff that we can do, because if you join the speedrun, like, you genuinely, you can join the speedrun if you want to. Like, we can literally just play LAN matches for like a bunch of times, and it's really easy to set up. Assuming right, that you're not using hotspot, which I hope, I hope that your regular Wi-Fi gets to connect to the internet decently, because unless your hotspot supports specific connections, it's an issue. But if anyone, you'll be able to do it. I'll be down doing for like 1 or 2 streams. Yeah, if you want to, you can even do more, if you want. I don't really mind, If CTGP is in such a state for you that, like, it's like terrible, then I'm completely down for you to play more. It really just depends what the next few updates will be like, because I'm completely free to get more people in, I want to have more people play and experience the sort of stuff I experience, but the good part, so people think I'm just crazy. But when it comes to the speedrun, it's great for me, and it's great for me thinking about CTGP updates, because I have a lot of time for consideration. And while I'm playing, because eventually I'm gonna have to play those updates, but it'll be such a small segment anyways, but I'll really have time to think about what it's like, And if CTGP is in a really unrecoverable state, and it's gone completely downhill, like, yeah, you can, if you want to, you can play a lot more, I mean, I'm sure it's not your main goal to play a lot of CTGP with me. I'm sure it's not a main goal to play hundreds and hundreds of hours. But as a streamer, I'd like to do it with people, right? Because it's more fun. Because the speedrun itself, you don't get to play with anyone. That's the hardest part of the speedrun. I'm gonna say now, you don't get to play with anyone. It's just you and CPUs, which aren't exactly the best, and chat is the only thing that keeps me sane, and chat's full of haters. So it's the hardest part about the speedrun, definitely. But, like, yeah, I have a lot of leeway with the speedrun, luckily. So if anything, super bad happens, I have, you know, a backup net. I have a safety net, because I'll be honest, Tara, I don't think, I might as well just say that, I don't think making the packs is a good idea. For me, if you're going to make a pack with me, I don't think it's a good idea. Because what my idea is, I end up querying a few of them in the meantime, but I genuinely don't even know. Some bikes I get GCS in the morning, results in the morning. Have you been staying up all night? Are you anxious? Because because of our own pack, if it happens before our own pack, yeah. The thing is, right, I'm not too sure. No, I know what I'm getting. I'm failing. No, you're not, Eddie J. Stop lying. You're not failing. You should share your results though in the morning. You should. But yeah, barely passing. So let me tell you what my idea is for the speedrun streams after, because I think it's a big thing for you to understand, like what sort of grasp what I'm going to try and grasp after the speedruns, right? So I basically every now and then gonna have a stream where it's just like I play a random version of CTGP. Yeah, don't write it off. I thought in the sort of thing after, and it's a thing that I'd probably like to do, play more CTGP, and it's not that bad. It'd be just like good night, good luck, or good night and good luck. I play a 32 track random run on a random version of CTGP, you know. That would be fun, and that would be great content, because I just get to have fun, relax, chill with chat. Because I've got to remember, this is like a year and a half. I have no idea what sort of how busy I'm gonna be. I'm gonna have no idea. You know, how big chat's gonna be. I have no idea if I'm gonna do something really stupid. I hope I don't. I hope I don't do a humble. But can like cup of Eddie Joe. So I don't know. We'd need to humble, yeah. I'm debating whether to play CT in my next stream or do all right for now. Do you want to get back into CT making? My old CTs would be good. Going through my old CTs would be a good start. Yeah, you know, we gotta do that thing where we make the CTs for each other, and we also need to do the Suzuka circuit Formula Cartwheel thing. But yeah. By the way, any Eagle retreat progress? Damn it, he's caught me there. Right, so there's gonna be one day that you say you're stopping the speed and you're updating Eagle retreat. You're gonna have to make me stop one day. Someday when I'm in school, you're gonna have to just say like, I'm back. I mean, yeah. I haven't even thought about a track yet either, so I'm fine. At this point, I might as well just make a good track or a mediocre track that works. You know, I'll just try a new style at this point, because what have I to lose anyways? But I've got to think, you know, and obviously this doesn't happen overnight, you know, Twitch getting bigger, so I got to think about the sort of stuff that happens. But I don't know if I want to stream it. That's true. That's fair. I mean, yeah, with me streaming. Wait, hold up. Next month I'm going to start running new projects. So there's no telling when there is to be after that, right? With just the general concept of the stream being bigger, I have no clue what will lead me, what will happen there. That's the thing. I have no clue what will end up happening, because I want to stay like this. But let's take Hypno Shot for example. What if I somehow get like as big as him, you know, and like let's say, you know, obviously he's a CTR player. Let's pretend like, you know, because he doesn't play much. He might as well be a variety streamer. No, I do have an intent. It's basically getting it's just needing to remember to do it. That's literally it. I have a desire to continue. I just keep on forgetting. That's it. That's literally it. I mean, I don't have a desire to continue Blue Loop. That's it. I don't think I can. I don't think my vision works. There's just kind of, it doesn't really work too much Blue Loop, in my idea. But you never know. One day I could be a big variety streamer after the speedrun, because either people are gonna want to watch me for me or for the speedrun, and I already know who wants to watch me for me and who wants to watch the speedrun for the speedrun, based on the sort of viewers I get in the speedrun and doing CT worldwides. You know. Yeah, it kind of is. I know, I'm basically just rushing a bunch of ideas at this point. You know, I've got to think, you know. I just got to think I've got so much time, like, why does it even matter how much, you know. Well, I think I might as well just not even talk about what I want to do after, and just think it all up, you know. Yeah, wanting the whole loop collection. No. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing the whole loop collection. I'm not making. There's not going to be a Hackpack pencil cup, or probably not, unless someone else does it. But yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of open to a lot. After, I literally said I wasn't going to talk about it, but I don't even care at this point. I think the biggest thing that would end up happening would be the craziest thing that would most likely happen. Dip anyways, why I have to stream message you. I feel like there's definitely, you know, a potential time where I am not where I'm a variety streamer. There's a point in time that could happen, a timeline. There's a universe where that could happen, you know. I wouldn't be shocked. I may have chocolate, yeah. Yummy to drive, yeah. I'm almost tasting the fact that I can't comprehend how I feel about making another CT pack. That's the honest truth. I've rushed into the thought of making it, that's the thing. But yeah, anyways. No talks about CT. But yeah, Eagle Retreat. So the main things about it that need to be updated are pretty simple. All I'm really needing to do is just update mainly just the outside bit. I purged a bunch of the trees in favour of the background trees, so the track does feel significantly emptier, just because it just has the flat trees. But I'm pretty sure I've got it down to about 29,000 tries as a whole thing. So that is probably as far down as it'll most likely go. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I also extended the finish line as well or something like that. But yeah, I don't know, I think it'll be fine. I mean, you know, we'd probably have to bring it up with the office. If they think there's anything, you know, inherently bad with it, obviously just, you know, we can fix it. But I don't think anything too big's a problem. You know, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, I think the track is probably just going to turn out okay. You know, nothing too great. Enough to be hackpack potential there. That's me being humble. How I feel about it is I hope it does well, because I want it to do well. And that's the only reason why. So maybe maybe the only humble in me is the Humble King's sort of humble. chat, when should I do the next episode of Stupidly Simple Statistics? When should I do the next episode of Stupidly Simple Statistics? When should I do that, chat? When's the best idea for that? I mean, I can do it whenever, you know, I literally just click on the thing. 500 hour mark. 1.03 1000 and then the 500 hour mark. I think that's the strat. Also, when should I reveal the footage? When I'm done with the speedrun, should I reveal the first 3 races of the track, of the pack, of the speedrun? Because they have not been streamed. They have been recorded, and yeah. Well, guess what? It's Mario Kart Wii. What? There's a weird case. Oh yeah, by the way, this track has a Param, and Yellow Yoshi did not make this. There is a Yoshi though. It's not yellow. So yeah, that's got Param. I just thought about that. Hey, I pram on this, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's so fun. So, yeah. It's any Yellow Yoshi. Yeah, hi Johnny. How are you doing? I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't seen you in like 2 months now. But yeah, Super Speed CPs are so much fun, right chat? Right chat? Right chat? The best. It couldn't be better than that. Okay, I hope you're doing good, Johnny. I can't believe you haven't followed the Twitch stream. Yeah, I can't believe you haven't followed me. You know, we're about to hit our follow goal of 200. How many SNES slop tracks? Well, this, I don't know, not enough. Too much. By the way, this track just has off-road in the middle of the road. You're not imagining it. It's, what you saw is exactly correct. It's completely true. Also, this was made by the freehand penciling SketchUp, by the way. Look at this. You're not imagining it. Oh wow, that was a decent amount of time. Although I didn't realise how much more numbers, how much, you know, much I'd grow on Twitch. Just because I brute forced it, you know. Literally all I did, basically all the time, was just brute force streaming, you know. Like, this might be a 4-hour stream, but I streamed for like 12 hours today, technically. I've spent a whole hour off stream. Here we go. Good track. Now, I might hop off after this, and I might actually raid, even though no one said I have to. But I might just raid Pit Crew, because I might as well. Might as well. Feel like I might as well. But yeah. So this track, I want to leave myself on this track. I'm going to leave after this one, so that me in the morning can love myself, because I have to play Ghost Valley 3 and Cooper Beach 1, which I do not have the energy I do not have the energy for doing that right now. It's also like late as well. a super low trick. What's this chart? Yes, a down trick, just I felt like it. Watch me side trick left and then side trick right and hope to get below. Looks so cool. Yeah, side trick right, nice, just a left, just side trick right. And there you go, I think that was just an odd trick. Because the D-pad's so tiny on this control, it's ridiculous. 217, 33, 31. I just want you all to understand how much I've played technically today, right? So, thank you for streaming. As of the start of today, we started off at like 206 because I got another bit off. So yeah, so this is gonna be really big. We made it to S. Which says a lot. We made it to SNES tracks. Like, and we're decent length and we're half length SNES tracks. But I can't be bothered to just do my stuff. GG, nice day everyone. The brilliant day everyone. First proper day back in this. You know, I'm really glad. Yeah, I think I might go and raid someone in the Luckies. Who is that? Check the red dots turn out. I'm gonna raid Toast Pit Crew. Not too big on Toast Pit Crew, but I might as well go on. GG, nice day. You get channel points for this, by the way, by partaking in the raid. Yeah, see you, chat. In fact, I'll just stay for that one. Okay, yeah, good night. I'd like to thank you everyone for tuning into the stream. I must say it was a brilliant time. And now